Peace and blessings, family. This is your brother Rasar Motep, and this is the after show for the presentation that we had started 2 hours ago regarding Osiris and the origin of Jesus the Christ myth and character. And so this is basically an open forum, so you can ask questions or join the panel and discuss what you liked, what you didn't like, and how we can expand this conversation. For all that and more when we return in just a moment. Peace and blessings, and welcome back to the Mbongi. And this is the after party to the discussion on Osiris and his relationship to Jesus the Christ of the Christian faith. And this is a open forum, so you can join the conversation or you can ask questions via the chat if you do not join. And you do not have to show your face if you join the live discussion. Just make sure that your audio is good and we are good to go. So in the first conversation, I meant to put the link for the YouTube in the chat, but I put the panel link instead. So hopefully, those who want to see this part of the discussion would have made their way back, over here on this one. So I just wanted to give it a little time so they can come in and join the conversation. And so, but if you want to join the conversation, at the top of the chat in the little blue bar, you're going to see you can click on that and then click on the link, and it will take you to the panel. And it looks like we already have at least two. I saw Stu Peas on earlier, and so hopefully he'll come back. But peace and blessings to Brother Lionel, and if I'm saying this correct, Jaya or Gia. If I'm messing it up.
What's up, sir?
Peace. Welcome to the panel.
What's up, man? How you doing? I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Could it be possible, and I'm just speaking from, because I saw this documentary called Caesar's Messiah that talks about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could it be possible that the Christ myth was not only coming from Egypt, but it came from everywhere else the Romans had conquered? And they just made, the Christian faith, because, the Romans, they not only stole, Egyptian documents, and they made myth-making schools, everywhere they conquered. So could it be possible that Egypt was not the only origin?
It's possible, but then you would have to ask, even if there was influence from the other realm, did Egypt influence them too? Right? Like who's the origin? So this is why in my strategy, I'm looking at the main characteristics and how to explain the characteristics. See, I didn't even get into the part where Osiris is the one who removes the sins, right? I dealt with water, but people don't understand why the Apis bull is used, why you have the sacrifice in the first place, so that you can bring about rain. But they didn't rain in ancient Egypt, at least much. So it was was the sacrifice. It had to be an unblemished, pure bull to be sacrificed to procure the rising and flooding of the Nile, equivalent to rain. So that's why when I put that slide in dealing with the rainy seasons, because for the people outside of Egypt, below Egypt, it has to deal with the rains itself, of course, the water, but the rainy season, which floods the Nile. It gives the Nile its water, and of course there's a large amount that melts because of the snow that melts from on top of the mountains at the beginnings of the Nile. So when you're looking at all of the characteristics of Osar, it's highly unlikely that you have in these other places an icon or an individual that that has all of the characteristics associated with Jesus in the way that Osiris does. People say influence, but they never give details. Right? Like when you understand African culture, African kingship, the use of cattle, the being born of it had to be of a pure cattle, a clean, pure, one that is not sin prone, so to speak. And these are the things that we have to consider when we're making these types of comparisons. So when somebody says that there's influence here, you always demand examples, and then they be able to explain concretely how this contributes to this particular association and characteristic. So I don't know any figures in the Middle East that have those attributes. And if so, that was not influenced by Egypt.
I got you.
Because even I didn't even go into, I don't think I did. Because Osir also means, or Sir means to save. And I have to, because I'm gonna do a part 2 to this, because I didn't want it to run too long. Because I knew, I was gonna have to do that recap and review from the conversation from Garfield's channel for those who weren't able to view it, so they can get the gist of it and then go into those minor details. So the next one I'm going to do, I'm going to go into a few more characteristics that I didn't go into this one, and then I'm going to deal with Alexander the Great, and then how all of that comes to inspire their version of Osiris being Jesus the Christ. Did I not answer your question adequately?
Oh, you answered it perfectly, brother.
All right. Peace and blessings
Indeed.
Kutai, if I'm saying that correctly. Your mic is muted. You have to unmute your mic. Let me see if I can do it. Nope, I can't unmute it. There you go.
Yeah, yeah, it's the first time I'm getting on this platform. I wanted to say hi to you and say hello. I appreciate your show too much. I'm one of your Patreon members. Sometime when I come on YouTube, I'm Itai, but on Patreon, I'm Queen T. So I always enjoy. So it was just a matter of, following you all the time, appreciating your work, and just trying with, at my age, I tried this and I'm like, oh my God, I'm seeing myself. So it's my first time. So I just really wanted to tell you, we appreciate you. I appreciate your work so much. That's why I support you. And I don't really have any questions, because you just been like really elaborating on everything. And I like the way how you're so detailed and break everything down and show everything from the beginning to now,
Mm.
and words and meaning. I mean, really in depth. So it's just a matter of signing in to see if I could do this and let you see a face to the name in Patreon. Yeah,
I appreciate it. Appreciate
you're
it. Thank you.
welcome.
Yes.
So I'll just put it
Uh,
on. I'll just silent the mic, but to still
okay.
listen, or something like that. Okay.
No problem. No problem. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I missed in the other, because I wasn't paying attention to the chat room as I was typing. I mean, as I was talking, because when I share my screen, I make the PowerPoint presentation full screen, so I can't see what's behind there, and I would have to, because I have another laptop over here, and so. But if you did make a donation, I do appreciate it, and I apologize that I didn't get to go to it, but I want to go up a little bit and deal with this first. Obama says, "Salute, Brother Sar. I have a question. Why the internal correspondences in Egyptian language are not considered mere synonyms instead of cognates?" Um, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Uh, uh, I'm gonna try to read it again and see if I understand it. So, why the internal correspondences in Egyptian language are not considered mere synonyms instead of cognates? Because there's just different ways that we can tell that there were a number of different African language speakers in Egypt at the time, and there are a number. It wouldn't necessarily be synonyms. It's kind of very complex, so I'm gonna try to break it down as simple as possible. So you have many options that are all simultaneously true at the same time. It's just that you have to be able to do the appropriate test to figure out which case this is. So you have a case of synonyms, right? And uh, for a word like, like in English, up, and then a synonym for up is above, right? These are totally separate words. They all belong to the same language, but those are the case of synonyms. But that's not the case. Let me go back to my slides and give those examples that I was showing in the collagen language, right? So let me share my screen. And sorry, there we go. So I'm sharing my screen. So can y'all see it well? I hope so. So come from the slide. So that's a different case. So like in English, the example that I gave of synonyms is the word up and the word above. They're both, to my knowledge, English words that mean the same or similar thing. However, they're not connected to each other historically. That's not the case for these forms here, like in the collagen language. So in the collagen, we can see there's this phenomenon called semantic shading. And when this is where the same original root, which is over here on the left, see, we can tell that the collagen language lost some prefixes and suffixes because that's what initially changes the vowel environments, and as well as, for example, like vowel harmony you know, advanced tongue root, all this other kind of things. These are the things that can kind of change the environment, which changes how the consonants are pronounced. So these are variations of the same word, right? So if we go to this, for example, this second one here, quell, get fibers from bark. Chur, peel off. Churut, peel off, remove outer layer, strip off the skin. Decorticate, flake off, right? This one's more narrow, to get fibers specifically from bark, but this is to peel off in general. But this version, soar, to extract fiber, to get sisal strings from bark. It's still the same word. Soar, pull hard, to pull vigorously. This is the same semantic field. There's just slight difference in nuance. And we can tell that they lost a lot of the Bantu type prefixes and suffixes. And because they lost that, you know, it's hard to trace what caused the sound change. But with, you know, with some effort, we can do that in terms of the reconstruction process. But that's one case. So you got to be aware of situations like this versus the up down scenario. And then when I'm gonna go to, for example, I'm trying to find something in particular. Let me just do it like this, because this is from my presentation on Friday. All right. So it's 2 slides I want to share with you. And that's not it. Go down. Right. Like, for example, hopefully y'all still with me. So you see, this is ancient Egyptian, right? And Middle Egyptian, to be exact. You can tell this is from 2 different languages, right? So in this first language, this sign here, this is what we call the nasalized uvular trend. Trill, I should say. Do I have that sign somewhere? I just want to show you that here we go. So that sign that you see here, that we transliterate here, like in this word, some people will say sa, but it's not sa, it's siru, which we find in the Luo language as siro. But this is a nasalized uvular trill. So this is why the R sound, the L sound, and the N sound interchange in both Chicam, which is Egyptian, and in Collagen and Luo and Ocholi, because the original form was this. And that's why I can go in between those homogenic sounds with each other, right? So that R, we go back. Let's go here. So this is an R. So this is red, right? Where we get the word love from in English. But this different branch here, they say mer, to wish, to love, to covet, to desire, right? Rebet, cow. Merit, black cow. Rebbe, chisel. Mer, chisel. Matter of fact, the hieroglyph for that can either be pronounced this way or that way. This is why the ancient Egyptians had, for those of you who are familiar with the hieroglyphic script, why they had the phonetic complement, because any of the signs could be pronounced differently depending on which language or dialect you spoke. So if you was in the what we call the Kikwe dialect, right, you would pronounce it Reb. But if you was in the Kweki dialect, you would call it Meri. So we can see here the this nasalized uvular trill, which is a type of R, corresponds to this type of R, and the B sound is in boy, corresponds with the M sound, as in Mary, right? So that's why we know that there's different variations of the same word in the language, which means that there's other indicators that I would have to be very specific in terms of demonstrating this. But it's been evident for damn near 20 years for me that there was multiple languages spoken in ancient Egyptian, right? So we have over here that same group. Let me go back. This same group is the origin of the words like waset, aset, wos. So remember what I mentioned earlier in our conversation, that when the Greeks spell ases, or aset, they say aset. In Coptic, it's esse, because the nasalized volar trill turn into a vowel sound in Coptic. But in the Meroitic script, the word for Isis is was. So we can tell that the original Merarites, they had a different pronunciation for aset than the Coptic speakers in the land. There's two different language groups that were occupying the same territory. So what is set here? We say was, so waset or was is gesture, wesir, sir in this dialect or language in the ancient Egyptian language. And it's evident even when we look at the comparative words. So this is how I know that wisir, powerful, strong, is the language equivalent, the cognate of weres, right? These are different words, but because we can point this out systematically, you see there's a pattern here. It's a pattern that I can establish. I can create sound law and show that this isn't randomness, it's just not synonyms. This is an entire different language that is contributing, that is using the hieroglyphic script to write out their thoughts and concepts. And they're mingling with each other. And this is why we have all the confusion, regarding stories and the like. There's different languages. So for example, if the Zerma language, I forgot where the Zerma is located. Let me just look this up real quick, because I don't like not remembering. I'm getting old on y'all. Right, because the Zande language is spoken in okay, so Zerma. So the Zerma is a Songhai language out in West Africa, and as far as in Ghana, Mali, that area, right? And Zande is spoken in Central Democratic Republic, as well as in the Southern Sudan. So they're originally from Sudan, but they're in there's a large population of them in the Central Democratic Republic in Central Africa, right? So if we were to if the Zerma and the Zande both lived in ancient Egypt, and a Zerma scribe was writing and a Zande scribe was writing, it would be hard to if you understand linguistics here, you can see how it would be difficult to make the distinction if the vowels were not written, right? So this word here in Zerma, kuru, like this, we can tell that these final vowels are new. This is an innovation in the language. Normally for this type of format for the words, it just ends in a consonant. But we can see in Zande is consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. So this is consonant, vowel, vowel, consonant. And this Zonde is consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. So this p, even though this is two consonants, you pronounce them simultaneously. So it's poto. So if you was writing in an ancient Egyptian script, there's no way to write that. You would just use K, right? So others would think like if a Zonde speaker was writing in the ancient Egyptian and they wrote poto for skin, and then you had a Zerma speaker and they write kuru for skin, a modern Egyptologist would just think that this is a different way to pronounce skin, or that the T turned into the R in the Zerma dialect. But these are totally different languages. Very big were in ancient Egyptian to be big. The B corresponds to the W and MB in Zande. Bori, good, beautiful. This is what Nefer, this is the word Nefer, right? Imbiri, good, sweet. Fada, city. Poro, village, right? Toru, idol, which is nature. Toro, spirit, ghost. So you can see that these are the way that their vowels are represented in the language, that these are totally different languages, even though the consonants correspond in a particular way. So when I go back and I look at, for example, these correspondences like wisiru, staffs, rods, was, scepter, or it should be like ores or waras, scepter, which is ashe in the Yoruba language, right? This is a different language. So let's hypothetically say this is Zande and this is Zerma, right? But they both live in ancient Egypt and write with the ancient Egyptian script. And so it takes a very careful and critical eye to be able to look at this and understand what is going on in the actual script. So I'll stop there and see if there's any other comments or questions. I see our good brother Black Panther has entered the building. Peace and blessings. And it looks like we lost the other person, Diaya, if I say that correctly. So let me see. Peace and blessings, good brother. How are you? He went and got him something to drink, and we'll be back after these commercial messages. So let me just shout out a few people. So Teti has made it back. Sister Doriel has made it. Indigenous African has made it and asked a question. He says, hi, Asar, did you see my super chat question from the last stream? No, I didn't, and I do apologize. Hold on one second. Okay, so Kitane had to leave for now. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, and hopefully, we'll get you on and have a conversation. You can join the live community, and we can get into what you know and what you can share with us. So it's a exchange here. It's the Mbongi. So I'm not always the teacher here. So, but I do appreciate you coming through, and thank you for your support. So talk to you later. Peace. All righty. And so let me, is there a source on the collagen leaders wearing one of the Egyptian crowns as their own? Yes, there's plenty of sources. And so and when I do the presentation on that, you'll know where to find it. Let me see, because the crowns and things like people have a hard time grasping like what the stuff actually looks like. For example, I'm going to, I'll save that one. Let me go back. Here we go. So Let me bring that back into the fold. Like people think like the crown, like we keep looking at stuff as they are carved into the stone or they're drawn into the walls, but aren't looking at them as when they are worn by real people, right? So when you're looking at this so-called Nimbus crown, it's not a crown, it's just a cloth that nomadic pastoralists wear, right? And this is a Tutsi brother from Uganda. It's just common everyday objects, right? When you're looking at the hairstyles, remember these are drawings or these are carvings. There's a certain way based on the medium that it's going to look. But if you're in Africa, you pass the people that are exhibiting these features and stuff every day. It's not going to look. You can't replicate exactly how hair looks and moves in real life on stone, but you can get an abstraction and an idea of what that looks like, and you can see it real life amongst the people, right? So when you see the Netcher sign with the long beard, right? Like these are people in real life in Africa. This is a king of the Mangbetu people in Lower Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Like they're walking around living netters. This is why people have a hard time grasping, the inspiration behind the abstractions that you see on the wall, right? You can see these elements just in the living tradition, right? When you see the Tutankhamun mask with the crown, which is just a head cloth that this like what you see amongst the Nandi warriors. Nandis are a branch of the collagen. They put some cotton and stuff in there, they tie it up and they wrap it on the back. This is their symbol. When you see King Tut, and I don't know why I keep forgetting to put that into a slide here, you'll see Tutankhamun's earlobes, and they have the big wide hole in the earlobes. Like that's significant in terms of identifying where the person is from and who he's with. The Africans don't wear their stuff like this for no reason. It's not just fast fashion like we have here in the United States. These things mean something to them and identifies them in a certain way, right? So like when you see, and I'll have some more, for example, the Tunjin, a part of the collagen group, their hats that the leaders wear, right? You wouldn't recognize this as the crown of Upper Egypt, but this is what it is. It's a fur hat that they wear, and sometimes you'll see it with feathers on it, like what you would see with Osiris, right? So when you see the Osiris, crown with the feather on it, this is a stylized abstract logo version of what you see in real life amongst these East African pastoralist groups, like the Nandi and the Tunjin, right? I think this person got a skunk, but it's these are the upper crowns. And even in this, I don't know why they did this, but they gave the Pope an upper crown. But even the Pope's crown is based off of the ancient Egyptian stuff that you saw on the walls, right? And I had this in here because I had a conversation with someone yesterday, and they was talking about how, you see the images of Jesus holding a lamb over his shoulder, and that's supposed to be evidence that they got that from Egypt. I'm like, no, that's just what pastoralists do. This is how they carry goats and sheep around when they need to quickly get them somewhere, because they'll be, I don't know how many of y'all ever been on a farm and tried to get some of these little bastards together so you can do what they do. But, so sometimes you just got to grab them and take them the way that you do, right? So anyway, I'll stop there and remove that. Are you there, Black Panther, yet? Yes, not. I will go to this question. Dr. Rock question: do metaphorical means count in linguistics? If we're doing an analysis of semantics, yes. And that accounts, because words, there's not a single meaning for most words. Most words, it's a concept we have in linguistics called, that in regarding a matrix in terms of words. There's multiple meanings for a lot of terms that are built off of what we call a metaphoric extension. So right, so like when you have a word that literally means head, but is metaphorically used to mean leader. So if I'm doing a comparative list and I see, based on regular sound meaning correspondences in language A, they have the word physical head. But in language B, they no longer use the word for physical head. They only use it in this metaphoric extension sense, meaning a chief, a king, or a leader. They're cognates. You relate them. And of course, this is based on its relationship to other words in the language that are the result of regular sound meaning correspondences. So that's all a part of a semantic analysis. And Miss Lamb has made it back in the building. Brother Richard has made it. I saw you in earlier, so I don't know if you came in by mistake, but glad to have you back. I need to learn. That's what we're here for. I'm here to share as much as I know. So what is the relationship of Asar and Osiris if not the same person? Also, is there a difference in cosmological myths concerning Asar from Osiris? I'm not sure what you mean here. Asar, like, for example, when I spell my name Asar, A-S-A-R, I adopted this name back in 2002 at the same time that I crossed over as a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. So I was given the name Imhotep. That's my line name. I was number 4 on my line, right? Imhotep. That what was given to me. But I was also heavily, into the studies of ancient Egypt and Nile Valley, and I noticed that based on initiation rites, they would adopt the name Osiris. So as I gave myself the title Asar, based on my knowledge of, the resurrection as a result of coming out of initiation. So when I came out of Alpha and got that name, I added that name into the beginning, deep into the studies of that. So, but at the time when I was learning, I didn't have a full grasp of the hieroglyphs yet. And this is before my linguistic prowess, right? I'm still just coding. I'm just coder at this point. So I have to read the literature in English as I got it. And in those texts, you would see the different kinds of spelling. So I would see A-U-S-A-R, then there was A-S-A-R, and then of course Osiris. And this time I didn't adopt Osiris because I'm like, oh, that's Greek. They didn't know how to pronounce the name right, and yada yada yada, right? So there was just various different ways in which people spelled it. And I just settled on Asar. But I know that is wrong now, but this is years later. But at this point, I already have a long list of publications under Asar Imhotep, that, so I just keep it. It just is what it is. But Asar is Wisir, Osiris. They're the same. So it's there's no cosmological difference, nothing. That's just a modern, and it's not that far off, because as I mentioned before, in the, let me type this in the Maradic language, that's the undeciphered language and script, you know, that originated out of Kush in the Sudan. They pronounce Asar like this, and they pronounce Isis or Aset as this. So let me do that, right? Make a banner. And so this is how they pronounce it in the Maradic script. And I forgot an E in that Maradic script. So forgive me. Oh, my bad. I should just do that over, because I forgot. So sorry. Osiris, Seer, and Waltz. All right. So there we go. Because there's an E, excuse me, an I after the R in the Maradic script in their version. So they say Asori, Osiris with Seer. And then Aset is given as Wos, which I find interesting because nobody really recognizes in her name the W, because that throne glyph can be pronounced as simply Was, like this. You know, the Res version where we get the Aset, and just Set itself, which is interesting. So I hope that makes sense. Let me scroll back up. Let's see. Wow. What are some of the cognates for the Nimbus crown? This is interesting. The back of the head looks like a tree or a fan or a hooded snake. Yeah. I know there's some internal cognates for what is Nimbus, because I think it just means like to wrap or something like that. Comes from a verb meaning to wrap. And I've dealt with that. I just got to find it. And I can't think of it off the top of my head. Brother Robert Rand says, try and find these Mesopotamian Levant cultures. Exactly. And remember, folks, that this is a public show. So you can come online, and the link is pinned to the top if you have a question. Let me see. Zuchedo says, prior to Islam, most young men in the Senegambia wore braids and locks. Indeed. Brother Flag, we call them kids, Asar. I don't know what you're talking about. Brother Chavez says, good information, peace. Thank you for joining. Black Lion Supreme, Hotep fam. Sue says, picturing Asar as a full-blown Hebrew Israelite is wild to me. Yep, he's a Hebrew. And what's interesting is that the root of the word Hebrew may in fact be cognate with the word Africa itself, coming from the Afriga people, the Berbers, right? And that's be a trip for whatever side you take. That if you call yourself a Hebrew, you still call yourself an African. If you call yourself an African, you still call yourself a Hebrew. But that, you know, I'm going to hold off that debate. Let me see. I don't know what y'all talking about. See. Yeah, Yeah, if y'all talking about brother Black Panther, I done called him several times, and I can't unmute his mic, so he would have to unmute it. So it's clear that he isn't listening. Let's see. So in once the W corresponds to the volar trill. That's possible because there is an interchange, right? And matter of fact, let me share my screen again. Let me do a full blown so y'all can see. As I'm preparing my notes for, and you know, my notes are kind of scattered and they don't make any kind of sense for those of you who are like, here's a good example, right? So and I heard someone come in, and I'm gonna bring you in just a moment. So let me just do a quick, all right? So that y'all can see. So here's a good example. So that throne glyph, the word for throne and seat, you can see that there's an interchange here. And right. So the nasalizer volar trill, which is an R sound. So this flail or fan or whisk, which is called inkerker, it can be also huiut or huiit. You can see the interchange and this word for thief, right? You see the interchange, and here's just one example of the regular R or just a regular trill R and W interchange. But this nominal suffix here makes the word braid instead of simply hair. But you can see the interchange between these sounds. So that's why, you know, I know for a fact the word waltz is a correct pronunciation of, you know, Isis. It's just a different dialect pronunciation. So I see we have Ua Bantum in the on the panel. So peace and blessings and welcome to you.
Peace and blessings. Thanks for letting me on.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
This is an old publication. This is the one I've been waiting for. This is the one I've been waiting for.
I mean, there's so much more to it, and I'm trying my best not to have these super long shows, but you know, I can go for a minute, but I'm updating that old text. So brother, hold on a sec. Zuchedo, he says we have waltz or os, except is that the word for chair or seat or to support? You should jump on the channel and share your information. But I'm sorry. But is there any question, the statement that you got with pertaining to the topic?
Just like this idea has been floating around that Jesus comes from Heru for, I think even John G. Jackson stated it in the 1920s or something. But it's like yeah, we need that text. I feel there's a resurgence even as time goes on in the church being more African centered. You know, the AME church history. But if we have that text, and the churches, a lot of times people use the churches as for study groups and for activism. If we had that text, I feel that, you know, the church would be transformed, Black people would be transformed. It will take a matter of time, but you know, I think we should look at the church as or religion in general as a book, like a book club Like if we have that text, people will gravitate towards it and will start to sink in. That's how I feel. And I center a lot of my works, the AME Church, and the fact that there's schools attached to it, the AME Church, especially where I live in Jacksonville. I think it's an underrated move, but I think it's going to happen. That text is like key. This text, because nobody's really put it into linguistics and made it, it's like mathematical, like how it should be understood.
Yeah, the first text that I created back in 2011 on the Passion of the Christ or the Passion of Osiris, that wasn't like meant to be like a true academic text. Like I created that so that the people at the debate that I was having with my, childhood friend turned pastor, because a lot of this information I know for a fact that they didn't have. And if I just gave the information as I presented it in the debate, then they would have to go to a number of sources to get the information. So I put it in one, text, and that's what I shared with the audience. And so some people in the public had, access to it, but I've at least tried to take it down because it's so much that has changed or has been added and confirmed that I have to do it. I have to do it for real now, right? And the more and more that I keep studying ancient African concepts of kingship, I'm seeing the pluses and the benefits, and I'm even thinking about developing a program for the development of men, young men, and titled that I'm actually preparing a lecture titled, or asking the question, what does it mean to be king? And so my focus is on developing kings in the very real and literal sense. Like most people don't know what it means to be a king, and you can see that, first, like with the Christians, they needed an abstract model to follow, and so they drew on the ideas based out of Africa. However, they changed it to fit their particular perspective, but didn't understand what was going on prior to that and why they do what they do. So what they tried to do was take something that the Africans was doing for real with for example, with the sacrificing of animals, especially with the Apis bull, and they made it to where you don't have to do these old sacrifices anymore, like what the Jews were doing in the Old Testament. So you can still find, Jewish people today that, especially like who like live in New York and stuff like that, and just even in their homeland, they still do sacrifices and the like. But for this group of people, there's like, there has to be a more practical way to deal with these things. So we're going to create our own model for our people to follow, but it's going to be patterned after Osiris and the like. But there's going to be some fundamental changes, for the times, right? So it's just like, for example, when Cheikh Anta Diop talks about when the Africans used to kill people, used to kill the king, right? And at some point, when his term ended, and because when the term ends, you had to kill the king in certain parts. So of course, nobody wants to be king if they know, like, after their designated reign, the community is going to kill them all. So now they substitute the physical killing of the king with this symbolic killing of the king and his restoration and showing vitality and the like. And it spawns a new set of processes in Africa related to kingship, and that's exactly what the Hebrews were doing at this time. You know, so they're in their mind, at least, we're taking the meat and spitting out the bones, right? Because, you know, there's also political issues. So, for example, here we go. So I quoted one of the books, Traditional Religion in West Africa, and there's an article in here titled "A Historical Study of Yoruba Religion," right? And so on page 417, it states the following: in the face of evidence presented above, it is no longer valid simply to compile a list of Yoruba gods and goddesses as if they originated in their present form. Their genealogical order, their substantive attributes, and their hierarchical stratified statuses by means of an original primeval revelation to the Yoruba ancestors. Right? So instead of looking at the Yoruba religion and pantheon and their internal contradictions as a revelation from the, you know, ancestors to some primeval ancestors to the Yoruba people, instead we must see the divinities in terms of the social political struggles within and between the various Yoruba groups, for their present form has been shaped by their history. And you have to look at ancient Egypt the same way. You have to look at Palestine the same way. Like, there's political things going on, and it's reflected in the myths. So that, you know, when you're speaking of Cain and Abel, for example, these aren't historic in the sense that, you know, there was an actual physical Cain and then a physical Abel. Abel, the word for Abel is the same root that they use for pastoralists, for shepherds. Cain or Cain is what they use for metallurgists. And so what you have in the story is a conflict between urbanization, symbolized or personified by Cain or Cain, and pastoralism, personified by Habel or Abel, as we say, right? You're looking at political conflicts. So the industrialization and the urbanization is killing off the old tradition of nomadic pastoralism. They're taking all of the good land. And when our cattle comes and roams and eats the grass and things on their farms, it causes conflict between brothers. So some of us have remained, you know, being nomadic pastoralists. Others said, forget all that BS. I'm settling down and farming. Same people, but they now have different different modes of production, and it's causing conflict. And so it expresses itself in that mythology. So, right, there's a different set of conflicts that is spawned by the Jesus myth, etc. It's the reverse in Egypt, between the battle between Horus and Set, which was about kingship, and then when they adapted the story about Horus and Set, Horus and Osiris, Set and Osiris, it's the same conflict. Osiris representing agriculture and urban development, and Set representing nomadic pastoralism. Conflict, like, so we gotta, this is why the linguistics piece is important, so that you can read the language and understand what is myth, what is not, and understand what the underlying issue is that they're trying to convey in these stories. So hold on one second. We got Black Panther again. And
hey, man,
Brother Zuchedo has joined us.
Can you hear me?
What about
I can hear you.
I don't know what's going on, bro. I tried to join your show a minute ago, but I had to go do something. So I left. Okay, now the icon gone. See, so I was on the phone with Sean, and he said, "Hey, man, why you on the show not
I just
saying?"
kicked it out. I'm sorry. I was just saying that I just, now that you're on this one, I kicked that other one out.
I said, "Let me
But go
call you
ahead.
back and figure this out." So it was the feds, man. I'm gonna blame it on them.
I believe it. I believe it. I believe it wholeheartedly.
Is that my cousin on the show?
Good?
What's up, Black Panther?
Hey, my cousin.
What's
my
up, bro?
Santa Caribbean cousin
in the building.
What's going on with you, bro?
I'd have brought some purple drink.
Listen, you keep that Houston stuff that kill you to yourself, man. I don't need nothing.
No, that's what makes us the Panthers.
That's that.
The Black Panthers.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that purple drink from Houston. I thought. See,
that's what they were getting to in the movie.
Man, get out of here!
That's where it comes from. That's his ancient ancestor.
Everybody know what I'm talking about. Everybody become the Black Panthers.
Oh my God! I should have had some when I was in Houston when Chad was dead. I should have told him to whip me up some real quick. So I can come on back.
Already. Well, I don't know how much of the show y'all caught, but y'all have any opinions, information you want to share, questions regarding the topic?
I feel like how you felt.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Why people always go to Horus? You know, it's like every element for Jesus is right there in Osiris. You know.
You know why?
Yeah.
Come on now. This the Mbongi. We gotta keep it real. We know why everybody goes to Heru as a Jesus-like figure, and it starts with hidden colors.
Facts. Tariq Nassim.
That's where it starts. That's the first time I heard it
before him, because Ashra Kwesi and them was saying this stuff, and
but the popularization is what I'm getting at, because that DVD went everywhere. I mean, that for a lot of people in this community, that was their introduction.
Yeah.
That was their
I'm old,
quote unquote. I know you. I know not you.
Tape.
I know
That's
not you.
I keep forgetting. I'm old. I'm from those 90s tapes. So back then it was Dr. Ben.
Right.
It was Ashra Kwesi. It was what's that other brother name? Esoteric brother.
Dr. Barashango. Oh, Bobby Hemming.
No, Bobby Hemming, but Barashango as well. You know, that's cool. That's the original OGs.
Right.
When it came to this, and even Dr. Charles Finch.
Right.
You know, he was,
and I agree with you. The concept was out way before Hidden Colors, because you wouldn't have people. It was OGs on the tape talking about it. It was Tony Browder. It was a couple of other brothers talking about it. It had been out, but that DVD really popularized it. In our community, especially among the current generation. And that's where a lot of people point to for that claim. And I mean, it's not outrageous, but it's something that when you break it down using the language, you be like, wait, I probably skipped over a saw and went straight to Heru.
Yeah. See, what people got to realize is you have to go to the time around the time period when the Greeks and others were really kind of dominant and close to each other. Because there's a part of this discussion where you have to talk about motives and proximity, right? So like if we in a court case and I blame Brother Panther for robbing the corner store. And so we in court, and he's like, what you talking about? I wasn't even in the city at that time. I didn't have proximity. What was my motivation to leave Senegal to come rob this local convenience store, saying in North Kakalaka or something like that. Like it's the proximity argument you first have to establish. So we know that these Hebrews were in and out and living, in the Delta area, and so were the Greeks and the like. And so when the Greeks is telling you that there was a miraculous birth of Osiris by way of light, either by the moonlight, sunlight, or which is moonlight is sunlight, but or from a lightning strike, and without the act of sex, because you see, people got to understand the culture first, because you can't get away with, there's a reason why Jesus had to be born of a virgin birth, the virgin and the cleanliness and the holiness being with Mary, because you can't because the cows, the sacrifices that you use to do your offerings, or to do to misdirect death and sickness, it has to be of a pure quality, right? It can't have any blemishes on it. And so they done already messed up by saying that any person born after Adam and Eve is born into sin. So the only way they can circumvent that is to have Mary not be sinful, and then Jesus coming through, so Joseph can't impregnate her and contaminate her, so that Jesus can come out, without the tag of being sinful. And then, of course, he has to be of high moral character and all this other kind of stuff, what Osiris is, right? And so, like, the conversation that I was having on Friday on Brother Garfield's channel was establishing the meaning of Osiris and its relationship to being upright, being a stand-up dude, being a person of high moral character, right? And then you being, after your death as king or whatever, you given that title only after, in the Egyptian context, you have demonstrated via three processes: your declaration of innocence, meaning you declare that I have not violated any community taboos; your declaration of virtues, this is the stuff that I have done, which is I have given food to the hungry, clothes to those who didn't have one, didn't have any, or those who were naked, is what they say, a boat to those who didn't have one, etc. So I gave land to this, I supported that. I did not misjudge. I didn't even raise my voice. Raising your voice is a taboo in ancient Egyptian. So you have to be
Oh, I'm out of there. I'm out of there.
But you know, it's interesting. I find that also in the Senegambia, but it's in context. Like for Osiris, a lot of the terms and stuff related to him is with Sep or Sap, like the gnomes of Egypt, and how all the gnomes of Egypt have a shrine, basically, of Osiris in the mythology. That Sep or Samp, is also a ritual, which I argue is cognate and Wolof. And during that whole ritual, it's not supposed to, like, it has a ritual that's close to it, that's a possessing ritual. But this one, you can't, it's not supposed to be music. You're not supposed to get loud. It's like very solemn, you know what I'm saying? And when I read about Osiris, it talks about a lot of the same behavior.
I want to share my screen. This is coming from my upcoming lecture titled, "What Does It Mean to Be King?" Right? And there's a book that I like to cite. I haven't finished making this presentation. I still got a while.
Sounds like the beginning of Nussit Biddy Part 2.
Oh, well, I got to revise Nissabitty first and then do a part 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's all stems from Nissabitty, right? So there's George B.N. Yitti wrote a book called Africa Betrayed, right? And he's from Ghana. And in the book, he talks about when he was going around studying indigenous African social systems, he recognized an underlying unwritten constitution, right? And so he lists out the characteristics of this unwritten underlying African constitution on various different issues and things. And this one brief citation has to deal with leadership, and it says, "The people, the source of all power, shall be governed by a chief, not a soldier." So I don't know how well if he really extended into those nomadic pastoralist societies, though. That's a different case. But chosen by the founding or ancestral lineage, this criteria must be combined with others such as intelligence, bravery, and a pleasant disposition. Like, he can't be looking mad like he about to stab somebody all the damn time, right? And hold on one second. Is this no? Oh, I had it some other. Again, I haven't. Let me see. I can add this as well because it's all related. Because in many, the elder was also, for the most part, a high priest. I mean, and I don't even like using the word high priest because it really isn't accurately defined. But there's a connection between the uprightness of the individual in their ability to rule. And we can see that same concept even when we're dealing with medicine and like babalawos, for example, or the Bia, right? But this example is coming from the religion and medicine of the Ga people out of Ghana, right? By far, the most important necessity for the working of a good medicine is the uprightness of its owner. Any good medicine would instantly spoil if its owner killed or injured anyone or connived such a deed. So your character and your disposition, your gentleness, your ability. This is why, for example, yeah, it wouldn't be on this slide. It would go back to, we can go back here. Where is that one slide? I just need you one slide. Where are you, King? There we go, King. What does it mean to be king? So this is, the same consonant root is when they talk about royalty or chiefdom or kingdom in the abstract. But when they're speaking about a specific person, it's query. This is the Acholi cognate for the word wasir. And it is somebody who is reliable, a sharp, that means an educated person, somebody who is witty, somebody who is a problem solver, right? Talented, he has gifts, right? And an upright person, someone of high moral and good character. That's what a king is. Somebody who embodies that. So while in ancient Egypt, they personified the principle, in the Nilotic groups, you meet the Wasir. Right? And so like the pleasant disposition, the calmness, even when I got all kinds of windows open. So like after this, I'm be doing some homework. But like the word Nefer, like I've demonstrated in my 2021 work that the word Nefer or Neferu, a title of Osiris, is cognate with the word, the phrase AME in Yoruba, which means gentle character. But it should be also include good and righteous character. But that word Nefer, can mean, let me see, like for example, the cognate for Neferu and Chiluba is Phila, a charitable person. Phila, to civilize. Mupela, a civilized, refined man person, or it should be Mupeli or Mupeji, right? And here's AME, good. So I make the argument that it should be good, perfect, excellent character and being, because Pele has to deal with soft gentleness, right? And it's interesting. There's this book that I have, which is titled "The Historical Reconstruction of Great Lakes and to Cultural Vocabulary," right? And by David Schronberg. This is the book right here. And so the cognates for Nefer, like for example, it relates to like nobility in the Great Lakes. So we're dealing with like a high status by virtue of birth. But what does the word mean? These words, for example, in Ganda language, in Phula, fine, generous, hospitable, well-behaved person. In Rutara, Obufula, high status by virtue of birth into a ruling class. Infura, group of elders who stay with the king, whom the king consults on difficult issues. Bufura, goodness, kindness, friendliness. Mufura, soft, gentle, friendly. Obufura, generosity, liberality. Infura in Yoro and in Kore languages, one of the upper classes, generous, hospitable person. In Kore and Kiga language, Obufura, hospitality, gentlemanliness, I should say, respect. Ifura, gentleman, sociable person, right? So even in firstborn, so remember, like all those, like when you think about Nefertiti, right? Like this is what they're saying about the person. These are it could also say that the person is born of a royal lineage, right? Like in this case, Infula, firstborn son, elder brother. Efura, brave person with distinguished manner. Ifula, firstborn boy or girl, right? So like they're mixing all of this. A noble, the eldest, person of irreproachable conduct, right? Like the leadership is the name for leadership is essentially a person of good character, of gentle character, of manners, of who has hospitality, right? So
and Wolof is the same thing. The word Phila. Phila means to be someone who has character. They might say Baram Phila, but Baram even itself is just Baram. You know what I mean? The person. You know what I mean? Or the great person. Buwaram. But Baram Phila.
Cognate with Ramech.
Yeah. I argue that, yes.
All right. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But Phila. The word Phila means to have good character, to be someone of, to even to have character. You know what I mean? Somebody who is not a pushover. But what you said about the word Nefer also is and leadership is also very interesting. because I also argue that perhaps we've overlooked the association with the word Nefer and Osiris itself, and that even falls into the paradigm of him as a griot kind of figure, with the trachea and the heart and all that, and even some imagery actually, really emphasizes the connection with the Nefer glyph and Osiris.
Hold on. Here we go. You can keep talking.
Yeah.
So this is what you're talking about here.
Yeah. So in Wolof, to recite memory or to speak from the heart, right, is nafar.
But which is
that's
interesting. Now hold on, and keep talking. I'm gonna find it. I need to find it real quick.
So yeah, to speak from the heart is nafar, to recite well, and for the griot, that's essentially his job description is to speak. But when you think about this, you have to think about it in the sense of ancient African traditions, where even in the Bible, it's the creator God who has the power of speech to bring things to life. Just like Osiris, in a lot of different ways. Man, just a lot.
Now, which is interesting that you say that. I'm sorry. You want to say something, Black Panther?
No, that was me. I was just saying that I've seen some connotations with Medu Neter and like mind control or like or like a mantras, tapping into somebody's feelings by speaking well or speaking what the ancestors said, like tapping into their emotions. That's what I've seen.
Now, with the conversation that that we were having on Friday, I was showing, a few of the many proposals for the origins of the name Wasir, and how the consensus is that they can't find the name or a satisfactory name for Osir in the languages, in the ancient Egyptian language, right? And what they try to do is break up, for example, so these are variations of the spelling of Wasir. These and the bottom row come from later periods, like New Kingdom going into the Greek and Roman, right? And so what they'll try to do is interpret the eye and say the throne in the eye, like, or the seat of vision, right? Like as a interpretation, or the word, because this glyph can be used to spell the word iri, which can mean to make or to do, and then set to rule. So they have all kinds of etymologies, like this one, sit iret, seat of the eye, right? David Lorton takes up the same compound but explains sit iret as signifying product, something made, because the word iri means to make. So he's trying to say it's something made, because well, I don't know if y'all know, but the throne symbol, or just set itself, can be used as a prefix of the abstract. So what he's saying in this is that it's probably set, right, as a as an abstract, and that the real root is simply iri, meaning to do or to make something. So he's trying to say that it means a product or something made, which still wouldn't make any sense in regards to Wasir. And so Wolfhard Wissendorf says Waset iret, she who bears the eye, right? So you can see all these. James P. Allen says engendering male principle, it's iri. So they're trying to break it up into two words and make it make sense. So of course, when I'm doing my analysis, I try to see if there's a word like wis, you know, by itself, that iri could be a suffix, or is there a word iri in which y is the root, S-I-R or S-Y-R? And so that's what I showed here. Like when I look into the language, these are the only things that come up when that can sound similar, but you can see there's a question mark here. So this is word sir, meaning sad or to be sad, but there's in the Waterbush, there it has this entry, you know, SJR, from the heart. So that's why I said it's your conversation, because this one is saying, because this sir ib, this is the word for heart, you know, but they have it as to be sad. But there is sir from the heart, and so I want to explore that in the future and see if there's something there.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind.
So let me
yeah, that
Brother Star,
solid.
Brother Star, did you discuss the SU connection yet?
I mentioned it but in passing. I didn't go into deep detail because I want to save that one for like part 3 of our discussion. So there's going to be a part 2 where I'm going to briefly deal with Alexander the Great, and then I'm gonna come back to SU. But I did briefly mention him in passing in terms, but I want to do a separate set of slides that deal with the linguistics, so that y'all know that, you know, that Brother Sard ain't making stuff up, that there's methodology behind what I'm doing. And these arguments I make can withstand scrutiny everywhere. And dang, I got a lot. Like there's 200 something slides, or there's 199 slides in this damn presentation. So it makes it kind of hard to but yeah, SU was mentioned. And
yeah, I know you mentioned them during your show, but oh, okay, got him in there.
Yeah, so I was showing the I was going through the linguistics, showing that there's at least two different languages, and the evidence for that, and that's why it's the same glyph is pronounced 4 different ways, as ras, wis, and the z became s. So was this? I count this as 1, and then there's another variation of it is set, and then hatim. Right? Like this one glyph. This lets you know that it's different groups who are pronouncing the glyphs differently, right? But they're still derived from this root meaning to support, to prop up. That's what you mean by a seat, right? And that same is the syllabic inverse for ras, in weres for the headrest, right? It props up your head. All right. And this is Tutankhamun's headrest. And, you know, just evidence again of these 2 different groups. So the Yoruba is closer to this group here, the Wisir and Sir and Jeshir, right? This is a different group of folks here. And yeah, because I didn't add my what's the name slides, because well, it's in these slides. For example, you can see Wisir, Was, and then Ashe, authority, power, law, command in Yoruba. Wealthy man, influential, rich in years, prosperity, fortune, prosperity, prosperous. I don't know why I had it in there twice, but and it's still Ashe, you know, and even in the voice form, it would be Ajay, which is money. And then Wasiru, staff rods, Was, scepter, Ashe, scepter, right? And but I should just put Wasir by itself, because that means scepter, because that's what we saw here. This is the with Seer scepter, right? So that's the Ashe scepter. Both of them are Ashe, right? So it's two different languages here that are written, but the Yoruba is closer to this dialect
Is that a
in Egypt.
is that a different dialect with Ashe that doesn't have the dot under the E?
No, well, I'm going off of the sources in which I put it. So
Gotcha.
this should actually be
Yeah.
Shay.
Gotcha.
And so
And the dot under there, a dot
yeah,
under that E at the in Ashe. Gotcha. Yeah, and
but
that's common
there is
in books.
a shibboleth dialect interchange in Yoruba. So some would just say. Matter of fact, this is
Oh
the
yeah,
same
yeah. Oyo
say, which
dialect is
is
say.
so among the Dogon. They say so. So like when they say sotano and all that other kind of
Right.
stuff, when they're making a play on words on seed, because the word seed is also so, and it's
Right.
for speech and command. It's the same here. Shay. This should be Shay.
Gotcha.
Um,
And for people
but
listening, yeah, that's true. There's some dialects of Yoruba that don't say Ashe, they say Ase. Like Oyo dialect is
yeah.
Ase.
But you know there's a form, like I don't know if y'all were here for when I was showing that well, I know y'all were here, how there's an interchange between that nasalized uvular trill and the W sound. And so there's a R and W interchange. So even we see that in Yoruba as well. So that's why the words for power, for example, in Egyptian, they have another form of the word for power. It's su, or we say su, right? Or sawa, or solo, right? And it's another epithet for Osiris. But this actually may be a prefix, a S prefix on the wit for elder or whatnot. So I'm still investigating this one. So hold off on that one, but this one for sure. Su, to win power, to gain power. In Egyptian, it is also the word for an officer of the horse or a military title. So when you go into
Oh.
Igbo, Alzao, nobleman of military achievement. Igbo, Eze, king. Yoruba, Esho or Eshao, nobleman of military achievement. In Nupe language, it's Etsu. So that what was a nasalized volar trill or R sound becomes W in Nupe. So they say Etsu. And you know, Eshu was a king of Keto, as they would say. You know, Hebrew is
Yeah,
Haz,
Ketu.
power, Hazayim, powerful men. Swahili, Wazizi, elders, right? Idoma, Alshe, king. Igbara, Osu, God. Igede, Ohe, the S becomes H, God. Igala, Aljao, God. Kaje, Kadza, God, right? These different forms of the word for powerful, but this is where Eshu comes from. And so this is how we know when that's why when we go back to these regular meanings, because Eshu is a biform of Ashe. He's the one who holds the Ashe of Obatala, the Ashe staff, right? He's the one who's been given command, and why you got to go through him,
It's
just like you got to
it's
go through
Olodumare's
Moses.
staff. So
Oh, my bad,
Olodumare's
Olodumare staff.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
And
Yes, he's the
Bibo
one who has the
Bibo.
Yamet, just like in Oh, go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was gonna say in his Oriki it says Bibo Bibo Olapa Edumare, which means he is the owner of Olodumare's staff. And before that, it talks about him being the carrier of sacrifice to Olodumare, and he's the only person with that function. So he's the person who's been given the authority, which is signified by the staff, but he's also shares in that ashe of taking things back and forth from the Orun to Olodumare. So it's very is very similar in role and function with Eshu.
And if you haven't noticed the erect phallus in this representation of Eshu,
Right.
you know, you find that with Seer as well in ancient Egypt, and you know, and there's many different interpretations for it. Well, one I always give it is that when you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, right?
Yeah, that's Eshu cousin on the left. That's a legba, but I mean same function. Same function as Eshu. With Eshu, you don't really see the erect phallus, but you do see it in his club, which is called an ago, which he said ongo ago, the owner of the Gnostic club, and people have argued that that is the representation of a phallic type symbol with the Yoruba. So yeah, you stay ready. You ain't gotta you
That's
ain't
what an
gotta get
erect phallus
ready.
is like. How do you represent physically that you ready?
Facts.
You know, and parent
Man, that's
me also explains the why Osir is black when you go into those languages, right?
so that's also an SU thing, of being black, because SU is described. What is it's Omokuren Dudu Ita, and the word Dudu means black in Yoruba, and he said the dark skinned childlike man of the outside. So he is described as being black as well.
And
Even in
and
the
I argue,
Senegambian versions, there's a funny thing because, as you know, how they do with a lot of the oral history, you know, it tends to sway towards the Arabic side a lot. But even when they describe him as light skinned, sometimes they describe him as having either dirt or so much hair that he was entirely black, and all you could see was his eye.
and I saw
I wanted to tell
earlier,
you too. Oh, go ahead, brother. I
just
was
real
gonna just
quickly
tell you
while
that I found that
the slide is up. Hold on, just before you go, someone in the audience said that the word isilo does not mean king, and I didn't say that it meant king in Zulu. I said isilo means leopard. It's a praise name of the king, His Majesty, right? Isilo. Matter of fact, there's a town in the Congo called Isilo, where the Mangbetu people live, and where there's a dialect spoken over there is pronounced the Medjay. And I always wonder if they are the Medjay or the Magi, as we would say, of ancient Kemet. That's another conversation. But no, the Isilo is leopard. And we can see its variation in, well, I don't have it on this slide, because in collagen, the word seer is a word for a leopard apron that is worn by the titled men. And so that you can see the connection here with Asalu, a title of honor among the Ogboni fraternity of elders, et cetera, et cetera. And but anyway, going back to the secret here, I have this book. I mean, the blackness there. There's this book I have in my hand called Secrecy: African Art That Conceals and Reveals.
I got
And
that
there's a
joint.
chapter on here that deals with blackness among the Luba and some other groups in Central Africa, and how the word black can be used to mean secrecy. And I always wanted, if there was any kind of connection like that in ancient Egypt when it comes to that painting, of blackness in that realm. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother Panther. I cut you off.
Oh, I was just gonna say I found, because we were having that conversation the other day about SU being broken into pieces. And I did find that story of him being broken into pieces. I haven't found a specific number, but it is said to break Eshu will cause him to multiply. And what they're referring to again, that same story I was telling you about with the Yangi and the many holes in the Yangi, as kind of like a metaphor for him multiplying his many manifestations. So I just wanted to let you know I found that story of him being broken into pieces.
Yeah,
And
here goes.
I got a story for y'all, or a quote for y'all after that. Right,
All
that's
right, I
right on
got
the
you.
mark for real.
Yeah, this is from um, the Robert Farris Thompson's Flash of the Spirit, African and African American art and
You
philosophy.
see, they referencing the Yangi.
And so he states here on pages 21 to 22, the cone of laterite Yangi appears in Yoruba markets over which cult officials pour daily offerings of palm oil to maintain Eshu's problematic coolness. Laterite cone altars to Eshu recall a myth whereby Eshu devoured enormous quantities of fish and fowl offered to him by his mother and finally devoured his mother too, whereupon his father, the god of divination, alarmed, himself consulted a divination expert and was told to sacrifice a sword, a male goat, and 14,000 calories. Who's counting that, first of all? 14,000 calories. But anyway,
I need all 14,000, not 13,999, not 14,001.
exactly. The god of divination did as he was told, and, talking about Arumila. Consequently, when Eshu threatened to devour him, too, the god took a sword and hacked him into pieces, and the pieces became individual Yangi, laterite shards. Arunmila pursued Eshu through 9 heavens until finally, in the last heaven, Eshu was pacified by Arunmila and said that all the particles of his spirit, the Yangi stones and shards, would become his representatives. All Arunmila had to do was consult them, make sacrifices upon them, and ask a blessing. Whenever he wanted to send them on a mystic mission, Eshu then returned his mother alive, because he ate his mother, to the world. Now it's a different circumstance here, but we see there's something similar in this Eshu, which is cognate with Osiris, and Osiris being cut up into several pieces, and him being scattered across in different places in Egypt, and everywhere that his body parts was scattered, a temple was resurrected, in to serve some function. This is different, but it's fundamentally the same, in the Yoruba.
This that I wanted to say that thing is there's a connection to Brazil. I think they have the shrines. They call them Nganga from Congo, but it's like, I guess the Nganga item is then like the Yangi. The priest splits it himself up into power items. Maybe that's what it looks like to me.
Indeed. And
Sorry, can I
before you
share my
lose it,
screen real quick?
brother, yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Let me stop. Go ahead. And I'll have to add it once you start sharing.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So this speaks to Osiris and okay.
If you can go to slideshow and go full screen at the top, the very top. I'm sorry, of your actual PowerPoint presentation.
Oh.
So go to the top where it says slideshow. It's one of your pull down menus.
Oh, so not this?
No. Hide. You can hide that, but you can press escape.
It's not even letting me get out. Hold on. Let me see.
You're just gonna have to manually
just go through this joint real quick.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just go to the slide.
That's what I'm saying. I was just trying to get you to make it full screen so they can see, especially if there's text.
Yeah, it's full screen.
Yeah, but now it is. But at first it wasn't.
Escape.
Yeah, I got you. I'm looking at this getting pissed off. When you gonna share this, brother?
ASAP, man. I'm actually done
I ain't seen this presentation.
I'm actually done with the with my article. You know, so I'm gonna be sending that out to both of y'all, really, you know. Man, just to get some reviews, you know,
presented on the Mossy.
for sure. And it goes in order for real, because the whole rapid thing really talks to like some of the structural nature of the Egyptian religion, you know. And you see that amongst the Wolof Lebu, you know. And this right here, you know, really speaks to the
I'm gonna make
Osiris
it full
figure
screen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying I'm about to make it full screen. So go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, it really speaks to the Osiris figure in the Senegambia. And since I got my brother Black Panther, you know, it's appropriate that this myth was recorded in a Serer area. But it says this ancestor had gone to sea, where he spent 40 days. At the end of this time, he returned to his bark. He brought back a calabash, a bowl, containing couscous, millet, right? That was wet from the water, and a fish named kong, which is a catfish, which is pretty much the same term in ancient Egyptian ka, with the you know, the guttural ah, which is an R. So he took a fish named kong, and we know the association with Osiris and the catfish in Egypt. He took a fistful and set it in the backyard. A baobab tree grew suddenly at this spot. The ancestor told the people of his household to be ready at the hour of takusan, which is end of afternoon towards 5 p.m. Because his jinn wife, which is rapid, jinn is really Arabic, was to come join him in the conjugal home. The latter came. All the ancestor descendants cut off a branch of this baobab tree, to the extent that it became the object of a traditional cure. Every year, they are to make a pilgrimage there where they take baths, without which they will be possessed by the spirit. The lineage of his mother are the guardians of the cult. It is the women of his maternal family that treat, among other illnesses, cases of possession by a spirit, sterility, madness, the evil eye. You know, so you can see here some of the major, like, you know, icons in a summarized, concise form.
Yeah, because in the Egyptian text, remember that there was a tree associated with Osiris. It's called Isser, the tamarisk tree, and they build there's several different stories, but one, they built a coffin out of it, or one, he was like, one, they carved a coffin out of it and threw it in a lake, and one, he was just kind of trapped in one, like put him in a big tamarisk tree.
Right, yeah. Man, it's always interesting to me reading these different variations, and I always have the question, you know, that they probably represent different geographical and genealogical traditions.
Like I said,
you know,
I got to read it again. Hold on, man. I don't be knowing where the hell I be putting my books. Here we go. In regards to, are you done? I can take it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got this thing on WAS too that It's pretty simple too though, but it's really just the Dikenga cosmogram, and when you think of Was and the actual glyph of the Western, you always see the number 3 when it has to deal with the throne. You know, so I relate that to the Makoko Natoto, the 3 stones set for the king that Dr. Barbara and Fukiao talk about.
Indeed. I love to. Can't wait till you release it.
So we're gonna have to break in your house and steal
it. Nah, it's coming out soon, man. I don't want no smoke.
Well, I just
New
wanted
Jersey
to
ain't that far.
Folks coming from the Yoruba tradition and the historical study of Yoruba religion in the book Traditional Religion in West Africa. And, you know, it says, in the face of evidence presented above, it is no longer valid simply to compile a list of Yoruba gods and goddesses as if they originated in their present form, their genealogical order, their substantive attributes, and their hierarchical stratified statuses by means of an original primeval revelation to the Yoruba ancestors. Instead, we must see the divinities in terms of the social political struggles within and between the various Yoruba groups, for their present form has been shaped by their history. That's why you're going to go into different parts and see different stories, and who's the supreme over here is demoted over here, and people be arguing back and forth from what's legit, what things. Like, look, you go 50 miles this way, it's going to be different.
I'm telling you.
Right. You go to Oyo, you're going to hear this. You're going to go to Oshogbo, hear that.
Conflicting. And sometimes conflicting
Absolutely
stories, you know what I mean? Because
absolutely
one clan might have a totem that's represented to the previous kingship, you know, and that changes the whole way that they want to now tell the genealogical history of the gods and, you know, who's important and on all this kind of stuff. Even though there might be like a general standard and canon that you can't really come out of, you know, there's still variation.
Even in iconography, it can tell a story of history and the political dealings, like what you mentioned, Asar. If you go far enough back in Yoruba history, probably before they were even called Yoruba, Obatala priests just wore white beads, nothing else. They didn't wear any other color, and it was in protest to Oduduwa, because Oduduwa people wore the Shagi beads and the Ohun beads, the red coral beads. And there's even literature where they call people that wear those type of beads unclean. So it was major beef.
That makes me think about the taboos.
It was major beef back in them days, you know, and that kind of got erased as other kings came along and you know, mended fences and stuff. But if you look at it originally, you'll be like, ooh, y'all ain't get along at first.
Man, this is a good book if y'all can get it. I recommend.
Oh yeah, I got that joint.
It's balancing written history with oral tradition, a legacy of the Songoi people. And you know, this is by Dr. Hasimi Omarau, if I'm saying that remotely correct, Maega. And I had an opportunity to meet him. I was first acquainted with him in Atlanta when he came for the Nile Valley 2 conference, all the way from Mali. And he is a prince, you know, kind of like how Dr. Mubabige Bololo is, of royal lineages of the Songhai people, right? And so he was gifted, of course, with information that a lot of folks don't get. And he was able to put this in the text for us. But the key to this is it's a good, it's just one of many, but good text ultimately to show you how different language groups and political groups and ethnic groups come together either by force or by fleeing or whatnot, and they create a civilization, and how each group contributes something to now which becomes the overall narrative. And I use the Songhai Empire as a model when and an inspiration to ask certain types of questions when I'm dealing with ancient Egypt, because Egypt formed from a similar type of historical process. And when you have that type of understanding, you approach Kemet differently than most folks who don't have this kind of information when it regards African people. So when we talk about the Zulu Empire, it's the same. Zulu was a small group of folks, a nomadic pastoralists who I really believe were actually college and Nandi folks who adopted a Bantu language, but kept their pastoral tradition. And when they came around and was traveling with the rest of the Nguni population, they just went kind of buck wild over there, Shaka Zulu, and created empire. But he incorporated different ethnic groups. So there are Zulus who historically weren't Zulu.
Right.
But so this is why you find a contradiction when there's so many different names for God amongst the Zulu. Is it really is different groups who became politically and socially Zulu, but have kept to a certain extent their ancestral traditions, but they all contribute to the now what is being given to us as the Zulu narrative. So when you have this kind of background, you look at Kemet differently. You're like, I get it. That's why when I see those different pronunciations, how that came to be, right? And peace and blessings to Brother Smash for giving a generous donation. It is very much appreciated, and thank you from the Magi, the one-eyed sniper, he says. Peace and blessings to you. And
this is a very important lesson that you're bringing up, Brother Saw, because you start looking at not only just Kemet, but African kingdoms in general. I mean, any empire from the past. And if you really start looking into their culture, spirituality, festivals, all of these cultural expressions, you'll start to see these people are not a monolith. These people came together and elected leaders or somebody took the reins, but they were not just people that just, didn't have anything and came together to make something. No, they had their own things going on, and some of it made the cut and some of it didn't.
Right.
And some people left because they things ain't make the cut.
Right, that's a big thing too. You talk about
started their own
left
stuff
and set up new societies all the time.
Yeah, so it's a very important lesson when studying African empires to look how they came together and how it shapes, forms, moves, and morphs through the years of its reign. Because you'll start to see, you'll be like, oh, this isn't used anymore. Oh, they don't do that no more. Oh, what happened to that? I mean, in ancient Egypt, it's really, really obvious because they left so much, evidence as far as archaeological artifacts, and things just change. One One dynasty, this deity is the head honcho. Next dynasty, you don't even hear about this deity no more. You know, you start hearing about another deity. So,
This
that's a
is my
great
favorite
lesson for
chapter.
people to get.
It's my favorite
Right.
chapter: religion, belief, and spirituality. I'm sorry.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead. I just want to say.
it got some heat now.
Look, I be telling folks, like, if I pull out my library, you know, I could act an ass in this conscious community. I don't use them as weapons like that. I should, but
You
like
should
there's
not.
stuff that people don't understand, that you just certain things. See, this is an important chapter. This is what I was looking for
Take a
towards
day,
Pan-African
take a day, take a week out the year to just go nuclear.
Yeah, it's just so much. Like, African history and culture is just so freaking rich, and if you don't have these backgrounds, like, you just won't understand. You got to sit on a mat somewhere and complain to like a babalawo about some issue. He tell you ain't shit because of your character, because you was acting ass at the club. And what do you mean now you got to go give so and so? Like, I remember I had to do a sacrifice, quote unquote, that involved me finding homeless people and giving them food.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like that's part of the process. So what do you learn in that process? Right. Like, certain things I had to realize, like the death of something is the birth of something. Right. Like, something can't die without something else being born in the process. And this is why it makes you think critically about the things that you create and the things that you try to take away. Even when we're thinking about nation building and building something up, as far as and this is some original Songhai writing, right, that you have here. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to find, because they have like their own kind of like the Kinga symbol. I forgot what page that was on. Here we go.
Mighty Congo
Anyway,
ground.
Yeah. And so it's broken up, a circle into 4 demarcations. It has a slightly different kind of thing, but it's an ideogram of Aru, man. This is cognated with Remech. Woi, woman. Urkoi, God. And Goi Jinawe, tools of production. So these are all the things that you need for success. Man, woman, tools of production, knowledge, and of course the divine. Right. And he goes into the deeper aspects of this. And I wonder, like, this word Urkoi, I forgot what it means. But I think this koi part here is kind of like cognate with the word ka, which would mean, if I remember correctly, that this would be a variation, ultimately, diachronically, a variation of the word nature, right, in the Songhai language. But anyway, who was talking and I interrupted?
No, you good. I'm just agreeing really with what you're showing. And the Dikenga thing to me is just really super, super dope, man. That's a symbol that you've shown is so widespread across Africa. And it's also something that we brought here,
Indeed. Yeah, that book, I don't know if you have it. It's called Africanisms in American Culture. Edited by, I forgot who edited it. But Robert Ferris Thompson, who I showed earlier, has a chapter on those Congo traditions that came to the United
Joseph
States.
E. Holloway.
Joseph Holloway, exactly. And he shows how the Dikenga, was, we lost it for the most part here you know, those of us like myself, of course, readopted it. But in terms of the earlier days, there were certain practices that they would do in the Congo, like putting the baby over, like carrying the baby over the grave, so that, you know, the soul and spirit will know that it's dead. Matter of fact,
I think they do that in hoodoo today.
Yeah, like that's a Congo tradition. You bring the baby over the grave because, you know, babies are, you know, they just came from Orun, and they still have the eyes of Orun and can see spirits and stuff. And you gotta let them know that, you know, this isn't that we gotta socialize you for this place, right? And to let the spirit know that it's dead. And he also mentions in the text how one of the major reasons why they have grave goods is so that when the spirit, you know, basically to avoid a Sixth Sense situation. So y'all remember the movie Sixth Sense, right? With Die Hard, Bruce Willis in it, and the I See Dead.
Oh,
you know, the little boy.
I was trying to remember. Now I got it now.
You remember that? I see dead people. You know, the twist at the end was that Bruce Willis was dead, but he was walking around like it was normal. You know, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was
Oh, I thought you
agreeing.
said something. Oh yeah. So, you know, this concept exists in Africa as well, and so you have to remind the person that they're dead. You know, because they're going around thinking that they're still alive, trying to holler at people and they can't hear, right? So, when the spirit finds themselves at the funeral, you put items that belong to the person in the grave or around the grave, because that's the cultural symbol that you are dead now. So if the spirit sees it, they know it's the ritual, and he's looking like, hey, wait a minute, you know, that's my belt. You know, that's my, you know, CD player, whatever it is. You know, I'm dead. What you mean I'm dead? When I die? You know, it starts that process that, you know, the person realizes that he's dead. But what's also
the Patrick Swayze and Ghost.
What'd you say?
I said that's the Patrick Swayze and Ghost.
That's another good one. But what I'm also going to show is that that's one aspect for including stuff in the grave. Another aspect of it, again, goes to this Osirian concept, because the when the Egyptians, like, people always ask, why the hell are they putting all this stuff in the tombs? You can't take it with them. And you have people, of course, who aren't connected to African people and African cultures, don't know what's going on. It's not about taking the stuff with you. Of course, African people are intelligent. They know it's not going with you. You know, obviously, when you were living and you saw the grave goods before from the people who died from you before, that should have been proof enough that it doesn't go with you, right? That's not the point. The point is this. I'm gonna share this. See, this is what people don't know, because they don't know Africa, right? And when I do the full lecture, I'm gonna add some other stuff from like the college and folks that reinforces what I'm about to say. But I just wanna read these slides. So let me. I gotta remove you. Stop sharing. Start sharing again. But share the entire screen. Boom. Right? So y'all should know this book by now. Muntu Zombie, Portrait of Human as God's Special Creation by Dr. Chinemaleme Mukinge. I had the privilege of publishing this book. And starting on pages 30 and then goes into 34, we start off the conversation about chieftaincy and qualifying for chieftaincy, right? So this first excerpt says human beings are given opportunities to ascend into spiritual states while on earth. Mediums through trance, seers by revelation, ordination into priesthood, and consecration to certain high-ranking social statuses are the most known forms of spiritualization. So you can become a spirit while you are living. So when people, and I'm sorry, I'm in North Philly, so is motorcycles out. So if y'all hearing it loud, vrooming going on, that's, you know, I'm near Broad Street right now. So anyway, the idea of so-called divine kingship, right? Like, you know, the excuse the Egyptologists give is that they think that they're gods, right? They don't know African culture. There's states, there's times where you can become spirit, you become equivalent to a spirit, and this is fully socialized, right? And so these are just a few examples, which include high-ranking social statuses, right? Now, how do we get there? We jump to page 34. Journey to consecration. The Luba culture values legitimate marriage and marriage stability. I mean, you can't just be eloping someplace we don't know you married. Because I'm not probably holler at your girl at the club. I ain't even know that was you. Yeah, I ain't even let nobody know. So the marriage got to be legit, right? Marriage stability. Wealth achieved through personal hard work. So remember that that ideogram from the Songoi that we showed, and it had the four demarcations in terms of the four major elements that you need to be successful: man, woman, tools of production, and God. So it's kind of like the similar thing here. So the Luba culture values legitimate marriage and marriage stability, man, woman, wealth achieved through personal hard work, the tools and occupations, right? And the winning the race for the chieftaincy. In each case, if the ancestors are pleased with the accomplishments, they will call the achiever to seek spiritual anointing, consecration from an authorized, established achiever in the same domain. So being a high achiever, being a high value man is a thing in Congo, right? It's the same in ancient Egypt, and I'll deal with that in the full lecture. But we continue on page 35. A community builder as a husband and father of many healthy children, because in traditional Africa, children equals wealth, and a contributor to significant growth of the extended family, he would be called to be consecrated as an accomplished achiever of wealth, a mukola, which is connected with the word nature. He will be a person who is accomplished and wealthy will be called a netcher, a peer of past achievers, living and dead. Procuring many wives for self and relatives was the most praised accomplishment, qualifying one to run for the chieftaincy. You want to see why the dynasties were different every so many years? Because of this process. It wasn't just a direct, you automatically, because you my son, become king. That's not how it works. The race was a long and costly process. Just like in modern politics, you want to run for president, you got to have some bank. The candidate had to satisfy incumbent chiefs and power giver dignitaries, immeasurable appetite for riches. Finally, victorious of this long and costly, I should add, hazing process, competition for the chieftain throne, he was invested chief, or infumu, right? Which is also a variant of the word nkumu, meaning chief. In Mangbetsu, they say in or ne kinyi or ekinyi. In ancient Egypt, it was the him, dotted HM, right? Now, Investiture into chieftaincy. The investiture ceremonies include several acts of consecration, elevating the incoming chief to a spiritual status. Altogether, investiture rituals are believed to turn the incoming chief into a peer of the spirits. You become a spirit. A spirit is a title, a divine king, however you want to title it. You know, they give you the status of spirit. You know, you're a living ancestor of past leaders and them, and you on the same level as the Orisha, for example. Them, his partners in the governance of the chieftain. So this is important when I'm trying to find the because our good brother mentioned Fukiao earlier. So so that's the Baluba. This is the Bakongo people, Fukiao's people. He's dealing with an Nganga. He says, notice here that in traditional Congo society, to become a specialist was something required of all its members and was an expression of professional requirement in social life. In Congo society, everyone is a free individual and a doer specialist. Muna Congo and Fumu. Remember that chieftain, that word for chief? Naim Fumu and Nganga. And Mukongo was accepted as such as an Nganga in his community if only he could be a doer of something for the well-being of the community. Kala Yesalu, to have a mitier, I forgot what that means, right? So this notion that the chieftain or the king, in this case, the specialist, the Nganga, is somebody who has contributed, who has amassed wealth and has contributed in a way to expand the community. Those are the people who are, put in the running to run for king or chief, because they have proven that the spirits are with them and that they have the ashe to expand and continue to make the community successful. Now, when I do the full lecture, I'm going to show the citations which demonstrate that this is why the grave goods were such elaborate in the ancient Egyptian and other royal tombs across Africa, because it's a sign that, I've been able to accumulate, I've been powerful enough to accumulate these types of things, and that my status should be the same on the other side. And that's why when you're doing a declaration of virtues, you're stating stuff that you were able to help people because you have amassed the kind of wealth that you can share with others. I've given food to the hungry, a house to one who didn't have one, land, etc., etc. I was generous. I helped, I gave value to people. And when you see this in my evidence of this is the way is how decorated my grave is. And so when I join my other peers on the side, the community of ancestors in which you live, my status should be the same. And I'll show that in the future conversation. But and where did what's the name go?
That's all facts. You mentioned amongst the Orisha, you'll see in a lot of publications they say, well, the Orisha are 401 in number. And people say, well, that's an odd number, 401. Well, that one is usually reserved for the king. So that just backs up everything that you just said, because that king is on that same level, as the other 400 divinities.
And I see we got our brother Sekou Kela in the building. From what I hear, the Sodnetter, conscious community slayer, coming with some African sense in those types of discussions. Peace and blessings, and welcome to the panel.
Peace and blessing, brother. Thank you. I've been watching, since you started, and always good to tune in here and then learn, most of the time. I'm not a linguist, but I really love when you make these connections. It's very, very amazing. I was trying to ask a question because I think you use Chiluba, right? It's the Chiluba language. Yeah. So this country, I was asking if you know anything about, Rwanda shares border with Congo as well. So the Rwandese speak a language called Kenya Rwanda. So I was just trying to check some words to see how they too use words like spirit and all that. So they call God Imana, So when I look at it, like the way we pronounce these hieroglyphic words, like Amen, and so, but they are saying Imana, and I see the IMN. And when I look at the hieroglyphics, I actually see the same IMN if we have to follow just the consonant and that one vowel there. So they are saying they are pronouncing the Imana. Yeah. So, but one of the things I found is the way they call spirit. If I was allowed to share my screen to just show on the Google translation, they say Umuka. So, but when I thought this one word, the Umuka, then I found out the Umu is actually man, then the Ka is different. So it's like they are using spirit in a man or man and spirit at the same time. So I don't know, are they using the word to say human is a spirit or spirit is in the human? Because they use the word Umuka. Then the Ka, when you remove it, it still say the Umu is human. So definitely the car then. Yeah, can I show it on the Google translation?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have to show it, and then once it pops up, I have to put it up on the screen.
Window. No, so I have to go to window, right?
Yeah, you press present, and you either share an individual, like if you have Chrome up, or you can share your entire screen, and then whatever's on your screen, it'll pop up.
Okay. Do you see it now?
I don't see it. You would have to press, I think it's a blue button that comes up. Let me do it.
So yeah, there's a blue button here says share, and I press that. So now I have to choose between window or the entire screen. So
do you want to share just like an application? That's what the window.
No, it's the window I want to share.
I'm sorry?
It's something on the it's an application I just want to share to show anyway. But are you able to share like Google Translation from your end? Then maybe we can.
Yeah, hold on, but do this. So press present and then share screen.
Okay. I press and then present.
Go to the tab that says entire screen.
Okay.
Right. Then click the representation of your screen in the center. Then a blue box will surround it to let you know that you selected it.
Oh yeah.
And then press the blue share button at the bottom.
Okay.
Got it. So now I see it.
Okay. Yeah, I stopped because I didn't.
You unshared it.
Yeah, I didn't get the right screen, so I stopped. Okay.
No, it shows your entire screen. So no matter what you go to,
you will see everything. Okay, fine.
I'll see everything.
Okay. So let me write here spirit. So the Kenya Rwanda translation here is Umwuka. So but then when I change it around and then just remove the ka, is a man. So the Umwu is a man. So the ka is there. It seems that it's just a prefix. So there's ka there, which now gives me spirit. So I'm saying it seems like, but when you remove the umu and just write ka, it doesn't translate the ka as anything. You see, but when you remove the ka still, it can still give you that to mean a human. I mean a man. So for me, I think man and spirit is interchanged in these languages. I don't know. That was what was getting me confused. I don't know if
Ooh,
yeah.
that's something that I'm familiar. Like I think I have. No, that's Ryan Conye, Kenya. Let me see. I am.
So they definitely have the
Seeing
word
it.
ka in there to mean spirit.
But that
But
doesn't
then spirit,
necessarily mean it's the same as ka,
right.
as the word for spirit, like for example in ancient Egyptian, because it's not ka, it's like okra, like in tree when they say okra, that second sign in the word ka, meaning spirit in Egyptian, is an R sound. It's not a vowel.
Okay.
So you don't say ka. They didn't say ka. They said something close to what the icon said. They say okra.
No, they definitely don't pronounce these things that way. Actually, is the way the English would give it to us. That's definitely because many words in my language, the way it's written, that's not how people really pronounce them. I think they will pronounce it like you are saying right now, like kra instead of ka. So that could be true. But what I'm saying, like the Chiluba you are learning, does the word human and spirit all mean the same?
No. See, like that umu, that I don't know if that's like short. So like
because the word for human is abantu, muntu. For them too is muntu.
Yeah, like what am I trying to say? So like right now I have I guess a grammar of Kinyarwanda up, or to learn it, so to speak. So Kinyarwanda. But is this all in Dutch?
Oh,
yeah, this is in German. So I don't know. Um, when it's German stuff, I got to start typing into Google. But like here's Ubuntu, German. I'm assuming this is human being here, but the form. See, here's Umunya Makuru, journalist, student. Let me see if I can. Winota, a minute. Munsi.
but these were missionaries' work, right?
This I'm not sure. This is just something I had. I haven't even looked at this yet. Like here's Umutware chief. I do know that word. Burger. It's not. I doubt they had hamburgers. But I don't see that one word in which you. So how would I say spirit in German again? Can I search?
Right.
I should be able to.
Geist. Geist.
Let me try spirit. German.
Geist. Yeah, so G.
Nope. Let me try ghost. Same thing. Let me try this word here. So this stuff I got to do.
Right.
For all these words in other languages that I don't be knowing, like German. Well, let me
So
first
did
make
you
sure
have
that
the Geist?
sometimes it'll give me the appearance like I'm searching, but it won't allow. So let me. Oh, okay. So it does search. So both of those words ain't even in this particular representation. Let me see if I got Dictionary of Gods and Goddesses is UNIAACL-EACL. That's the same. That's Swahili. What's this one? And this is in English, but this is a text on phonology. Normally they'll have like a little vocabulary at the end. Let me see that one. It's not quite the same name,
right?
But it's related. So I'm trying to see if a closely related language has something else that comes up there. I have to find that, but it's
yeah. Or should we write the Kenya Rwanda word umuka and see if it comes up? Anyway, it's okay. I was just wondering.
But that's what I was looking for. Like that list.
Yeah,
it's not even in the
it's not there.
In that list of. So I got to get me. I know I have a freaking dictionary of Kinyarwanda. I don't know why.
Because the problem with my language, we got a lot of Arabic words have messed it up. So many in Madingo, yeah, so many Arabic words.
I think I might have one. Let me check. I think I have one on academia. Let me check.
All right. But to your previous question, I know this book can answer where Imana comes from and what it means, because it's all over the Great Lakes region. And this book is The Historical Reconstruction of Great Lakes Bantu Cultural Presentation. And it's something I know you're serious when you fold the tips and the corners, of your book. So it's one of my folded pages. So let me see if I can find it real quick.
Is it the book that Cambon criticized? Has the book been written yet?
Which book?
I don't know. I don't know if they were writing.
Oh, you're talking about that's Jahi Issa, Dr. Jahi
Issa's work.
Yeah, their work was already published, so that's what he was criticizing.
Okay.
And which I don't, I don't understand why they didn't consult me before they published the second volume, because many of the same critiques that Cambon had about the book, the first volume, that's how I got in contact with them. So, and instead of writing an article, essentially dismissing their work, I understood what they were trying to do. So I reached out to them and said, you may want to consider, consulting a linguist when you update this book, because I can see these mistakes and somebody's going to call that out. And so they made a second updated version, but still didn't go through that process.
Oh, no.
And this is stuff that I could have pointed out to them early. But so the Great Lakes Reconstruction form, they reconstruct in this form. Let me write it out. Saying that is life force, right? Let me that the root comes from the starry form, meaning life force. Say capacity to give life, right?
Right. Because I know when you are done, the main reason why I'm looking for this is to understand the African philosophical assumption. Because when they say the African worldview, what is it? Because some scholars are saying it means that we accept that matter and spirit coexist. But what does that really mean? Are we saying that matter is in
But it
spirit?
depends on what kind of human.
Right.
It depends on what kind of human, though, because if they have just a word for general human being that's separate from that word, does that word, you know, and that's why I need the dictionary. I need the grammar. I
Oh,
need to
that
see
means
that,
it
like,
could be a title,
like
right?
yeah. So because, for example, the word kole in Chiluba it comes from a root kol or kola, meaning to grow, right, to sprout. But then the semantics means to also to grow wide, to spread out, to become strong, to become big, right? So when they put that in front, which is an agent prefix that in historical times meant a human being, right? An agent.
Oh.
Nkole. Now it means a powerful man, a powerful, preeminent person, right? But it also is the word used for God. And when you say ba nkole, it means spirits, ghosts. So the same word, but the root means power. But with one prefix, it means a certain type of man, not human being in general. It's a certain type of person, a powerful, person within the community. But that's the word also used for spirit. And so essentially, it's the same kind of, even with this word mana, the reconstructed form mana, life force, capacity, because it's giving me some variations. Amani, strength, force, violence, authority. Semen, right? Manya, to know, to find out, to learn how, to do. Amani, strength, power, potency, force. And that's in the, what language is that? In Uganda, in Uganda language. Great, Uriani is a variation of it. Great amount of strength, power, etc. In Rutara, in Zinza language, Mani, the power or authority of the agent. Only in Mahanga and his analog of the chief possesses it, the chief's command, right? Imihanga, based on his great amount of Mani, right? It's almost like in Yame, that concept more so in West is just really just the syllables in switch. If you really think about it, it's in Yame, right? So for example, here's another one. Imanye, there's another word, Uryanyi, and there's a form of it with the S prefix, so they say Sisiryanyi, a strong, powerful person. Amanyi, force. Rutara says Mani, the power authority of the agent. Let me skip down. Amani, strength, force, violence, power, authority. And Mani, strength, might. Amani, Mani, Kumani, think, the know-how to be able to do. So for them, not only is just power in general, force, and the ability to create, like within that same semantic context, the ability to think of stuff to create, like intelligence is part of that same semantic, but it's coming from a root ultimately meaning power. In Runzori, Nandi Amumano, Amumanuka. So this might be related to what you're saying. So I see Amamano, Amumanuka, Amumu. Well, someone's going to have to help me with this. Omo, I got to break it down like back in the day when you was in elementary school. Right. So Omu, Munu Nuka, unusually strong man in excellent health, right? Forest Bantu in the Shi language, Inama or Imana, they switch it. Court, public place, divinity, protective spirit. Havu, Imana, divinity, oracle, tree beneath which you pay honor to the divinity. Chance. Timbo, Chimanyi, crown or cross worn by the chief, right? And then here we go in Rundi, Imana, principle of fecundity, fluid, chance. The king is the principle of fecundity, incarnate. See, like this is where this group of folks ultimately is where I argue we get the God men from, because this is men, you know, and the personification in early who when another Nilotic group came and brung Asar or Syrian concepts into it, that's who Asar absorbed, because Asar is essentially the same thing, built off the same conceptualization and roots. But this Imani has to deal with a whole slew of things. But fecundity, you know, that potency, that ability to create, to make things expand and prosper and the like, is in here as well. But I don't see like a version that has Ka after it. But yeah,
Right.
Imana, supreme being, essentially good creator, also known as Rurima, manifesting protection, creative power, etc., etc., etc. And I have this marked here because I'm getting ready to write on this very thing here in ancient Egypt. So that's why I have the corners. I don't have any bookmarks on me right now. I'll be using all kind of weird stuff like old receipts, bookmarks, headphones. If I need to find that page, I'm just gonna get to it.
Right.
But
man, thank you so much, man. Yeah,
you're welcome.
Yeah.
And I see. Okay, so our brother Okeke gave us a link to, it looks like a short dictionary of Kinyarwanda, and it's in English. So ancestral spirit Umzimu, and in other languages is Motzimu. I'm very familiar with that term. An ancestral spirit, a harmful one, is Igisigo. Holy Spirit Umwuka Wera Umwuka Muzidin. So I'm seeing that Umwuka. And but it's,
but the problem is two words, because the umum is human, is a man, actually not human, because human is muntu, but muntu and umum comes out kind of sound the same, but the ka they added to the end. And
but the ka may just be a suffix, like a grammatical suffix. So I'm
right.
Because I'm sorry, I didn't know I'm not sharing. Let me share my.
Well, now the missionary will add the Holy Spirit to that. I know they did that because they were now trying, because that's the problem with most of these, like the Yoruba, the Bishop Ajayi Crowther dictionary. You find a lot of problems there because they use the words to suit the Christian understanding. So now Holy Spirit, that's the word umunka. Okay, just spirit, basically.
See, I know a sister on Facebook. This is her language.
Okay.
But I know by the time, I don't have her phone number, so I can't call her. But by the time she gets my message, she, you know, this program would have ended. But I'm definitely going to consult her concerning your question. Let me see if there's what's the other. But this is the word here. Yeah. So umunka. So would it be or is it uka? Like what is?
Because when you remove the ka, it still give you the word man. So
it says air.
See, one of the things. I'm sorry.
It says air is umuka too. The word air. I just saw that.
Oh, really?
Air umuka. Yeah, I just saw that. AIR umuka.
Wow.
So air and spirit.
Yeah, spirit. Where?
Let me just do it this way. Air. There we go. Umuka ikirere. Ikirere. See, well, this made this because this could possibly be explained as this is the word for spirit. However, it could be influenced by interactions with Europeans where the word for breath and air is the same word for spirit.
Yeah, something is wrong.
It could be, it could be applied in that way. So see what I mean? Breath.
Yeah.
Umuka. Right? Holy Spirit.
And if you find the sister, maybe you will know whether even the pronoun. Sometimes the pronunciation is not even the same. We may not know that. Sometimes, because I have words in my language almost sound similar, but they are not really saying the same thing. So,
yeah. So that's one of those things that you gotta.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with.
You gotta know the language. Yeah, because
because there are many words. You might even spell them almost the same, but they are not referring to the same thing. So
because I'm not seeing any tone marks or nothing in this rendering. So I'm trying to see if I don't have.
Yeah.
See, I mean, I have the grammar book, but it's in German. So that's something I have to look into later.
Okay.
Because I mean, like, if I look at just breathe, see, to breathe is gu, which is normally ku in other Bantu languages. So ku humeka. So is this H just put, because in some languages, see, I'm not familiar with the details of this language.
Yeah.
So some languages, when there's two vowels like this and it would sound funny to a native speaker, they'll insert a consonant to kind of break it up to keep that same consonant vowel form of the word. So I don't know if this is like because I know this gu because it's a verb too. Like I bet you if I find some other verbs, it'll have gu in front of it. See, like guhamba.
Yeah, iguhuru.
To bury, right? So it may be actually GUA. So let me find another. See, this is Gukun da Kwakaza. Guku. So yes, I don't know. Let me see. So I'm thinking that this is all one word or one part of the gu, like GUH in here. So when we go back here, so that's the prefix, and then this is umeka, to breathe. But we're seeing this the changing of this vowel in this word here, because they should be essentially the same, just with but sometimes, as I was stating earlier, for people who are watching, you see how these prefixes change the pronunciation of words. Even in this case, it's just the vowel change, right? So the M is rounded. This W is here because of this. I think this is the original form here.
Gumeka.
And because it's simply umu, this U influences how you pronounce the M, which rounds it in front of this and makes that U. Otherwise, it's just, umeka. And Google may be wrong on this. I'm not sure, because then it would just, because the argument then it would just have to be umu or ume, right? And I'm thinking that my bad, that this is the original, but because of this guttural H here, it influences how they pronounce this penultimate vowel here, and that's why it's E or A, guhumeka, right, instead of guhumuka or guhumuka. I guess they would find it funny to so let's try this here. Umubatsi, builder, but building in Yubako, manner of building in Yubakiri. So, but no, because I know like ka and k is a verbal suffix in Bantu languages, but when we're dealing with that word for spirit,
because I like the few like in Liberia, for example, there is a word ku, and ku is actually for ancestors. It's mean dead body. Actually, it's a crown. There's a language called crown in Southeast Liberia. They actually call water ni, and they call spirit ku. Then the same word, when the missionary came, they translated that word as devil, the word ku. But those people were meaning to just mean somebody who died, his spirit, or what is spirit, or whatever. They just say ku, K-H-U.
That's one of the
this is in Yoruba. I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's the Aku, the ancestral spirits in Kemet.
Oh, okay.
That's a different word,
right?
And I dealt with that in my book, and this was surprising to me. This wasn't expected, but that comes from a different root. So when I dealt with in Chiluba, Maweja, Yoruba, Orisha, and ancient Egyptian Ak, so this is where you get in the Aku. Like this word is actually more pronounced more so like Oricha or Orisha. This is an Orisha. This is the ancient Egyptian word for Orisha.
The ku,
right? But ku is a different word, like in Yoruba, meaning to die.
Right. Yeah, Yoruba aku is like somebody who died.
But I don't think they use it in the same sense of spirit. It's possible. I know that's some connection. Like Obinga has made that connection before.
Yeah.
In one of his
in Southeast Liberia, it's for dying. Actually, ku is a dead body, but then it means spirit too.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
So somebody can have a title. It's a kunyo, the spirit man. So it's a title. They give it to you, kunyo. Maybe you accomplish something big. So the ku there now means spirit, and you are a human. So you are a kunyo. It's a special. So that's why I was trying to trace why they are using spirit and man at the same time. That was why I brought this question, to understand the rationale, behind that.
Indeed. Hold on just one sec. Gina A asked, this might be a silly question, but are there any similarities with the ancient Egyptian language and other African languages? And so I'm assuming it's not a silly question at all, but this lets me know that you're new to this channel, because that's all we do. Like that's the number one topic on this channel, at least. That's all we do is show those types of relationships. So I would encourage you to kind of visit some of the old shows, subscribe to the channel, and so you can get notices when we have those types of discussions. And speaking of subscribing, make sure that y'all continue to like the program, share the program with friends and colleagues. And if you have not, please consider subscribing to the channel so that you know you can be one of the first people to know when we're having these conversations. She laughs. Yep. Yeah, glad I found the channel there. Appreciate. Yeah, that's all we do here is we use linguistics to help in a scientific way establish the relationship between ancient Egypt and other African languages and cultures. And we're involved in many types of debates, but that's essentially what we do. And matter of fact, even the topic that I was dealing with today involved that process. That's all we do, is so that when people are trying to give interpretations of ancient Egyptian phenomena, see, it'd be different if the descendants of the ancient Egyptians maintain the culture and stuff. You could just ask them what this is, based upon their language and culture. But nobody speaks the language. No one really keeps up the culture in Egypt right now. So we have to go a roundabout way, and we just can't do it all willy-nilly. A lot of us like to do that, start ascribing astral plane, metaphysical talk, and all of this other kind of stuff when it comes to ancient Egypt. And that's just not how we do it. So we have to have a very organized and systematized way of penetrating the ancient Egyptian psyche. And one of many ways in which we do that, of course, is the historical comparative method and establishing relationships between ancient Egyptian and modern African languages. And then that way we can use the modern languages to help us interpret phenomena in ancient Kemet. So that's what we do. And I do appreciate your question. And I saw something else. Um, yes. And again, big shout out to our good brother Smash, who came through and gave a powerful donation. Thank you again. And uh, Cosmic Sankophasis, like Aku, Keperu. I guess that's from the earlier part of the conversation. Yes. And Sister Lamb is in the building. Introduced, says whoop whoop. And Brandon Dennis says systematic indeed. And he said they kept a few cometitions, but indeed, right? So this our good brother Aziz out of Senegal. He's doing some important work, expanding on the work of Diop. Who he wasn't the first, because technically, I think Lilius Homburger, the late Dr. Lilius Homburger, was the first to establish the relationship between Wolof and ancient Egyptian. But with Sheikh Anta Diop being a native speaker of Wolof and learning under Lilius Homburger and other linguists, he was able to, further that hypothesis set out by Dr. Lilius Homburger. So in that line is our good brother Zu Chedo, who was on just a little bit earlier, right? So we love our good brother, and he's not, relatively speaking, too far from me out here in PA. And our good brother here is in. Am I still sharing? That. All right, all the way out in Canada, but by way of Liberia, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And so it's we have people from all over, and we're all involved in the same process, just finding ways to reorient ourselves back to our African selves, and find that information and find new ways to utilize our culture to free us in the future. And so that's what these types of connections and that's what these types of conversations are about. And I think our brother Uwa, I don't know if you're in the United States, but are you from Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm in Jacksonville, Florida right now. Geechee land.
Oh, that's where I was born.
Oh, yep. I'm my
And
family's from Nigeria though. I'm first generation. Kept dropping out. I was looking
I
up
see, I see.
information.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
looking up because there's this word related to Kanda, which you researched said was related to Kemet. I've heard of the word Kandu or Kandu, which is like federation or compound village in parts of Sierra Leone, Liberia, Gambia. Like they used to have a federation named Kandu, but it's like a regular word. I can't remember which language, but it's Kandu.
Yeah,
I've
the
been told.
Condo Confederacy.
Yeah, I've heard it's actually a normal, regular word for village or compound community in certain languages over there. But I think that's
Yeah,
key.
sorry. Okay, there are many. There are about 16 languages in Liberia actually, and they sometimes I don't know if there's any dictionary, but they have some words. Like a few of them I speak. When I read some Kemetic dictionary, I really find words and I'm confused. I'm like, these words we use them, like the word per there is a language in Liberia. The word for house is basically per. You see, the word for water in Southeast would be ning. A lot of them like that. So it's really, but some of our not language, so we can't say exactly that's what it means. So I'm just, as a layman, I'm just shocked when I see similarities like that. So you are right. Kondo could be a Vi word. It could be one of the languages called Vi, or it could be one of, but I don't know for sure. I don't know.
I would hypothesize that it's related to this Doluo word, meaning Oganda, meaning nation, people, tribe, but it's also federation of clans. And I link it to the word Kemet here in this sense. Right. So this is from the upcoming book. And here I'm dealing with Desheret and the like. But yeah, to further support what you were saying, Brother Chizoro or Chizo or
Chisom.
Chizo.
Oh, Chizoro. Okay. And
Yeah.
there's a God in his name there, Chi, which is, I think, the same thing we are discussing here with this Muntu, or the same thing I think Igbo, where the Chi are the prefix of all names, also standing for a spirit or God, whatever. Then the name come after. So
But she is, hold on, let me write here. So Igbo Chi, I guess spirit, God, right, is cognate with ancient Egyptian Ka, spirit. So which is cognate with Chiluba, Nkole, meaning, spirit, God, powerful man. And the issue is that the K was palatalized in Igbo because of this vowel, and the second syllable was dropped, which happens a lot with liquid sounds. So when we're saying ka, spirit, soul, etc., it's not ka, it's ker. This is just how we write it because we don't have the glyph. We don't have that sound in English, so it's not on our computer. So we have a process for which we use a letter to stand in for what the real sound is. And in this instance, it's a type of R that doesn't exist in English, right? But it corresponds to the L sound in Chiluba. So it's Bantu's mainly going to have it fuller than most of the West African languages, where a lot of the syllables have been cut off. So language seems syllabic, just like consonant vowel, but historically they were consonant vowel, or consonant vowel, consonant, and it's just syllables have dropped. But these are all the same word, all deriving from a root meaning, the verb meaning to do, to make, or to create. And in nominal form, the noun, it means power, vigor, potency. And then you add the agent prefix is the one, the man, the person, the whatever, who's powerful, da da da.
Right.
You get it? So like
So
that's how
probably
the
they were
whole,
not even referring to spirit. They were just
yeah.
saying something like you are saying, a man who does this, or
Yeah.
a powerful man.
But
right?
it's an agent. So like this is why I've I think Dr. Mukinge was the he's defined it the best in my opinion. Hold on, let me nope, not on that one, because it's not. Here we go. This to me is the best description of the spirit concept based on these words, right? Let me take that off. So can y'all see it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So of course, after I've done my linguistic analysis, so when we're saying chi in Igbo, that is just like this nature, but that R is dropped in Igbo. So they just say chi. They don't have the N agent prefix anymore. So for them, it's just chi, or like when you say Chukwu, the great chi, right? Which would be equivalent to Necher Ah in ancient Egyptian, right? But in Chinuba is Inkole or Inkola. And so, it comes from those roots, everything that I said earlier. But the best way to interpret it is the action generating principle. When you're talking about a spirit, you're talking about that thing that makes phenomenon behave in a particular type of manner. It is the agent that generates a particular type of action. So if there's rain is a phenomenon, there's a spirit behind the phenomenon rain. So we give it a name, usually rain, in the language, or we add a prefix or a suffix denoting spirit or something like that. And it's the action generating principle of the phenomenon of rain. So when we talk about Ogun is the action generating principle behind the phenomenon of metallurgy that creates objects and things. It's what a spirit is. It's not simply air. Air is another word used metaphorically to refer to the action generating principle, to that
Like
essential core power of the person that animates them, right? But I'm sorry, I heard someone.
It's like a wave energy. It's like the wave of metallurgy, or the flow of metallurgy would be Ogun.
Well, yeah, but the way when you say wave, now you are dealing with matter already. But the way he's saying it, like action generating principle, that means it is just that principle that make that even that wave to form.
Exactly.
So it's even beyond the wave.
Exactly. So like this is the action generating principle behind vegetation, things that make things grow.
Right.
It's the action generating principle behind the inundation and the flood. Like, see, like people don't know Africa. Like in these other, once you leave Africa, like they misinterpret what we're doing and what our concepts mean. You know, it's the action generating principle behind the phenomena.
So then I will ask a follow-up question. I'm sorry if I
go ahead.
know you have a topic and I don't want to move off.
No, go ahead. Yeah. We just flowing now. It's
So based on the book Obenga wrote, the African philosophy on the pharaonic period. So when you look at that, when he tried to describe the Egyptian philosophy, right? That's the book. I have it too. So he's describing Egyptian doctrine. I mean, their cosmology, and he starts with the noon. So Egyptians say everything starting with noon. So here we don't see the principle of Necheru, the action generating principle. We see a matter called noon, where everything starts from, which is like a materialistic philosophy, which doesn't start with a Necheru that has no form, but it starts with noon, and noon representing water, and already a matter being formed. Now it is out of the noon, now we see the Necheru being formed. So does that mean then the matter comes before spirit?
Well, you know, matter. See now I gotta. Now I gotta.
The black dot.
I gotta open some documents. You didn't open Pandora's box. So you know that's our modern interpretation of the nun, because it's not, you know, it's really kind of, let me do this, because the nun is the same as like Kalunga in the Congo tradition, among the Bakongo people, right? And I've dealt with this before. Let me see if, you know, I done did so much slides, I gotta just type in keywords and hope I get the right one. Right. So this is, I demonstrate that because Quiet has kept the word nun is cognate with the word ma'at. And again, we got to remember that ancient Egypt was a place where different groups came together, right? And contributed. It wasn't some this is
monolithic culture, right?
Yeah, that's not what was going on there. Let me try this one, because it's, you know, we have the, because I link it to the word imbungi, the word noon, because it's really reduplication of two. And remember, this is a consonant, it's not a vowel, it's not u, right? It's a wa. So you say na wa na ba. It's the inverse of this word here, imbungi. I'm on the right track, but this is the wrong slide. Because it's the word imbongi, or imbungi, is just like a word for universe itself, like the expanse. It's everything and all things undifferentiated, right? And it itself, you know, if you can think of nature really, we use the word, you know, kind of clandestinely, but and we overuse it, but it, in a scientific sense, is correct, and that it's really kind of energy. But energy, in a sense, is not a substance. Remember that energy is the ability to do work, and then when work is being done, we call it kinetic energy. So that action generating principle involves, the ability to do a certain type of job. And then when it's in motion, I don't know if we have a separate word for like we do in English for for kinetic energy.
What do you think of the phrase catalyst or a catalyzing agent for a netter? A catalyst.
I can see that. I don't have a problem with that, utilizing that type of language. Right. So
Yeah, the action generating principle. I love that definition, but I'm just struggling with how it comes before noon. I mean, how noon came before it.
well, the nun itself is still an action generating principle.
Mm.
An
You
incubator.
get what I'm saying? It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's best to think about it in terms of energy, but not if you think energy is a substance. Energy is a measurement. It is a it happens in two, like we have potential energy and we have kinetic energy.
Right.
So the when it's in the nun stage, this is the full pronunciation of it, nunu.
Oh,
This is a
Nunu is the real
hieroglyph for it.
pronunciation?
I'm sorry. Yes, this is the full pronunciation. This is nunu.
Which is milk in Fulani.
But it's, so I'm going through, for example, when I'm comparing it with Yoruba, showing that the N sound in Egyptian corresponds to G in Yoruba. I heard someone come in. Let me add you real quick, and then I'm gonna go back. So you should be in. I see brother Falls in the building. So let me go back here. So you see, for example, this word for goldsmith, nebed, in Egyptian. It corresponds to Yoruba bede, goldsmith, or any kind of craftsman in reality in Yoruba, right? Egyptian nebet, basket. Yoruba agbon, basket. Egyptian neb, all. Yoruba bogbo, all. Right? Same thing with neb, lord, master. Yoruba egbe, ogba, rank. Right? And then we know B and M interchange with W. So Egyptian, Nawa, time. It is Yoruba Igba, time. Right? Because the M and B correspond with B in Egyptian corresponds with B in Yoruba, and they all correspond with W as well. So remember that these are consonants. And so this is Nawa, Newe, Niwa, whatever, however they pronounced it back in the day, right? So when we're looking at, the celestial waters, remember this is just, they have the Rebus principle. The word for water, how you would spell water, is used to refer to this particular concept in terms of the universe, but that's not, it doesn't mean waters. Is being used as a metaphor, and we can tell by its use in other languages. For example, in Kikongo, it's in Bongi, it's the empty circle. This is empty. It's just potential. Toli imbag, li imbag, right? It's inverse in these languages, where in Yoruba, it would be a GB consonant sequence, whereas in Kikongo and Basa, it is a BG, the syllabic inverse of what's going on here, right? And so Toli imbag, li imbag, for example, in Basa, the word imbag means cosmos. Also it could be nation, libag, also village. So the village is seen as the cosmos. And in Duala Bantu language, also representing family and society. And a variant of this word, bukwa, is what becomes belonging to an ethnic group and the like. But I think this is different because kwa can also just mean personal life. So this bu is the bu prefix for abstract. It's not the same, but it could be fossilized in these forms. So I kept it here, just noting that this may not be cognate with these.
You know,
But
that's really interesting. I was thinking of the fact that Joke compares the noon to Wolof Nul, which means black essentially, right? But it's also a word for water, you know.
Yeah.
So because you can say Nulu, which means to pour water from one container to another. But the other thing that's interesting is that Nul is also has ethnic ramifications, not just in like saying just like black people, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
matter of fact, oh man, so yeah, one of the groups who go by the appellation Nul claim descendancy from one of the facets of the Osiris character. You know,
see, I'm thinking like based on what you're saying, like what goes into my mind immediately is that because ultimately what I'm arguing is that the word nunu in the original language in which it emerged, it really just meant like the cosmos itself, and that's probably how the word became black in Wolof, because you're looking into outer space and it's primarily black, right?
So
With the no light.
to support that real quick, a variant. I'm arguing a variant of Nul is a word Ndal, where the D is from a stressed N. So going back, it would have been now, and now is a root to the Senegambian version of like Nawet, the goddess Nut.
So you
Yes.
even see the word new in the goddess Nut.
And the word Ndal is
You
a word
see?
for bowl, is a word for pot.
And that's now that you say, see, so remember, I'm arguing that it's cognate with the word imbungi, the empty circle, which in a other variant invoke a large spherical bead, imbungwa cup mug, imbangu basket, but Yoruba is agbo, a circle, igba calabash, agbe gourd, igba garden egg, which you can see these variations over here. Now, if you go into the Yoruba tradition, the cosmos is represented by a calabash, which is equivalent to like a bowl. It's just a container. That's all it the historical meaning meant. It's a closed container, but it becomes a cup, a mug in Kikongo, or a large spherical bead or basket. But it could be a garden egg. That's why it's an egg in the Dogon, right? But for the Igbo, I mean, for the Yoruba, it's a calabash, right? And so this empty circle, the imbog, the imbog. Let me read this real quick, and I'll hand it back to you. It's even the smallest universe or empty set in the mathematical sense. The almost empty, inso imbog, the universe new, or the universe down to its barest essential dimension, the infinite set. Imbogni imbog, the universe within the universe. Insignificant, indeterminate. Liambogli ki, universe of what? The infinity small. The universe of the universe. It's the cosmos. It's the infinite universe. It's not water. Like that's European people don't understand, African cosmologies and the like. This is why these comparative things are important. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, man, it's just what's striking to me right now. And even like right here, Muck, and So a cognate word to ma'at in Wolof is matit, which means culture, traditions, moral values, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, so but
Hold on.
mbatu is a word for a small kind of bowl. And the thing that's so crazy is like people really underestimate Africa. But excuse my French, but you gotta watch out. Whenever you start to underestimate niggas, man, you were missing out on very crucial parts. So in any myth in Africa, you could see a passage where somebody is passing a bowl to somebody or giving somebody a bowl, or a bowl may be on top of an item isolated somewhere, and you may think that that's just a bowl, but to other people who have been informed, um that has very deep meaning. And like you said, wherever I've seen it, it has associations with the known universe, with the world. So yeah.
So this is what I'm trying to tell folks. For example, I'm not sure if anybody or everybody. So I'm gonna start here. So this is a book. I just love this book, and I've had this. He's from Cameroon. He's from the Bassa people, and he wrote this book. It's in English. Um, and let me go to the slideshow from current slide. So Dr. Imbalek or Imbalek, I couldn't pronounce it. He tried to help me, but I'm bad. Mandinge, right? I have an interview with him. And so this book, Likoda Li Mbag, and he's given all kinds of definitions for what Mbag, is. And I'm saying it all kind of wrong. I think he pronounced something like Bag. Like you can almost barely hear the M in it, but like bulk, like. And so there's many different definitions that are associated, and probably just different words for a couple of them that have kind of merged over time and become this one word. So like Mbog, the earth divinity, the earth divinized, the word for people. So you can see, because this word is also for cosmos. So that's how you can see now the word for cosmos can also be the word for people. You see how paronymy works here? Small or extended, hamlet, a village, an entire region, for instance, a polity, which extended to mean the land, the universe, everywhere, suggestive of time and space, men, the people, ensemble, the clans, the tribes, the ethnic groups, the races, the territories they occupy at a Malong given time. Mbog in this instance is knowledge, the mores and usages in a group, and may be expressed by means of words, oral tradition, etc. I won't read it all. Imbo and Bog is the reduplication, partial reduplication. He who is blessed and through whom benedictions come. Imboji, a witness, slit marks, a kind of counting system, right? So there's is it's a wide range of meanings. Some of these may be, connected linguistically, others may be by chance, but you can see that this word is used, and it can be embark or embak with a K, interchange. So in this dictionary, from when I got this from, they have this phrase ligui lit mbak, culture. And when you break it down, it is, that which gives birth to Ma'at, right? Because Mbog is cognitive with Ma'at, and we'll get to that in a second. So one of the first people to make this connection. Now he's a linguist, but he doesn't make the connection linguistically. Just on the concept alone, Mbok is very close to Ma'at. And so this is, the great Pierre Omindiji. Y'all may have heard me mention him a couple of times. He wrote an essay titled Egyptian Ma'at and Bassa Mbok, Notes for a comparative study on a few fundamental or the fundamental constitution of two African civilizations, right, in French. And there's another individual who also made this connection, Michael Eon, Egyptian Ma'at and Mbak, or Basa Mbak, right? And these are both regulating principles of the cosmos, which is, stated in the title of this, right? So, he gives the meaning of the root bak, meaning gathering or leveling or sift or even develop and establish. And then imbak, universe, time, stand, container, the laws of nature. Like all of this is the meaning of it, right? But then here comes Brother Asar Motep. You got to take it a step further, right? Let's see if there's a connection here linguistically. I love sound laws and the like. So when you can see the correlation, I think yeah. So I just give a few examples here. So this is, you know, a larger comparison, but for the sake that so y'all can see it on your screen, here's just a few. For example, bulk, gathering, unity, and then embed, whole entire. In Egyptian, this concept, because it comes from a root meaning to tie, to bring together, to tie or to sweep together, right? With the M prefix is nominalized into the word for rope. But ma'at, unifying principle that holds all of creation together. And then ma, to put together, to tie. So, and here's the source material for it. So you know that I'm not making this up. So you have ma, to put together, to tie, and then the nominal form for rope, and then as a principle, the unifying principle that holds all of creation together. So gathering, unity, whole, entire, right? You can see the correspondence. Ma'at, level, balance, bulk, leveling. Marahu, we say ma'at, but that's not really how it is. Marahu, wind, breeze. Marah, to sail, and buck, wind, right? And it's the
I
mother
think
base, my base inbox, stand, container. My orderly management, orderly harmony, imbog or ebog, structuring, arranging, ordering, grouping together harmoniously, order, structure, etc., etc. So when this is how we know it's different groups, because the word, remember, we've already connected. I don't know if I did it in this slide. No, I did not. So if I go back to, or maybe I did it on this one. Did I? Oh yeah. So so when we go, so even in they have the word Ngueles, of noble birth, not of mixed blood, the landed nobility. In Chiluba, we call them the Bayancoles, right? Same meaning. Kikongo and Kela, erudite, learned man, educated, and of course Chikan Necha, right? The gods, so to speak. Um, so when we do the connection, remember that the Mbog or Mbok, right? These are all words that are cognate with the nun, right? Based on the comparative data. So the fact that Mbog is also cognate with Ma'at tells us that Ma'at is also the nun, which is just also the universe, the cosmos, the infinite universe, everything and all things at once. And in many respects, it would be equivalent to the quantum realm. Because remember what I got to go back down. Right? Totally imbog, limbog. Even the smallest universe or the empty set in the mathematical sense. And so imbog, or the universe down to its barest essential. Imbog, ni imbog, the universe. Matter of fact, so if new, remember that the nun is really new, reduplicated. So this is the definition of the new. Mbog ni Mbog, the universe within the universe. It's the infinitely small, the universe of universes. That's what the reduplication means. That's what the nun is. It's not water.
Yeah, because that Matu I was talking about is always a small bowl. It's never a large bowl. Matu is always a small bowl, you know.
And you can see the bowl, yeah. So that the calabash bowl, whatever, it's a container. It's the word for container. The new, like it gets deep.
Yeah, man. Man, I even argue that you know, not really, but there's Ron English who ties Benjamin Banneker to either the Dogon or the Wolof. And I argue that in either sense, when people are thinking of the astronomical knowledge that he got, in my opinion, the Dikenga would have been involved, whether it was from a Dogon paradigm or from a Wolof paradigm. And within that, because you have to think about it's a whole conception of the universe, and it's not just, you know, these 4 points, you know. It is, but there's so much within that, you know. It's an elaborate concept, at least from what I'm getting from the literature, you know. So when I hear Ron English tie that to Benjamin Banneker dreaming of the the Quinchucks, saying that it's a place for the soul to be displayed. That very much reminds me of descriptions of the Dikenga and
You're going to have to wait. So I'm reading Sister Gina A's comment. She says, "I want all those slides. Are they in your book that you mentioned?" No, the slides that you just saw here is kind of a preview to a book that I've been working on for a number of years called African Cosmology. No, excuse me. African Cosmology. No, yeah. So it's quantum field theory as African cosmology, right? So quantum field theory, no, my bad. It's quantum field theory as African heritage. And so I'm showing our conceptualization of quantum mechanics used in the poetic language, the poetic languages of Africa. And so this is why it's important to get the words right and to be able to establish what they're meaning. This is the quantum universe. And matter of fact, it's a variant of what has become the duat, right? And what is Orun in Yoruba tradition. So I'm even let me save that because I'm sitting here. This is what I do all day. Y'all ain't seen me do no shows and stuff. That's because I'm deep in trying to get this stuff done, so that I have more compelling stuff to talk about when we meet. So I'm preparing a presentation for y'all on how the duat is the same as the Yoruba concept of Orun. And so we're going to go and expand in Orun, because they say Orun means heaven, but that's not what Orun means. Orun is the new. It is um it is the duat, because the duat is just a variation of the word new. And so I don't have it ready right here. I have it in some other notes, but the D corresponds internally also to N, and of course W always corresponds with itself, right? So sorry I don't have this in a PDF form that y'all could see more readily. So let me just make it more full screen, right? So that, can y'all see that better? Those of y'all on the panel, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very clear.
Okay. So, you know, the word, we say duat, but again, I got to remind folks that W is a semi-vowel, but it's a consonant, is used as a consonant, and this is the R sound, which is dropped for the most part in Yoruba. So we have in Yoruba the word ru, to rise as the sun, to spring up, orun, above, up, right? And this is the verb, because this is, when it's in verb form, this can be a verbal suffix, right? It's equivalent to one of the L's in the Bantu languages, right? Then we have, you know, the dua, the word for star, which in Yoruba is iwawo, star, or orun, meaning sun, day star, right? Dua word, deified royal beard, irun, hair. Wherever you see the, I bolded it and put it in red, so, and then put the sound correspondence. So I'm saying that Egyptian D corresponds to Yoruba R, and Egyptian W corresponds to Yoruba N or zero, meaning that it was dropped, right? So, you know, dua, to praise, to worship, praise. In Yoruba is yin, to praise, iyin, praise. Compare erun, the dry season, iyan, famine, right? So I'm putting this here so y'all can know that the R turned into Y. So in this word here, erun, the dry season, it was palatalized because of the I, just like that same I is in front. It weakened the R and turned it into Y. So because the R was in between these two vowels in this particular instance, it became Iyan, famine, right? So dua, song of praise, hymn, orin, singing, song, dua, enjoy, appreciate, iterin, laughter, etc., etc. And we can go on. So that's when we conclude that duat, the region of heaven where the sun rises. They say aurum, heaven, sky, cloud, firmament, regions above. But this is kind of a more modern thing. This is really dealing with a certain type of realm, you know, from which the physical realm emerges, right? And so, you know, with this being W also, remember I said that the W can come from either the B or the M as in Mary sound. So as a test to confirm that it is consistent, we can see DM in the word for, so for example, in Egyptian dim, worm, in Yoruba is aran, worms in a man or a beast. Dim, to pronounce a name, to mention by name. It is the cognate is like for this word ran, to communicate as fire, to command. Irin, conversation. The word for rin in how should I say? This is a dialectical or a different language variation of the word rin, meaning name, because it comes from a root meaning to mention or to remember. So it's stuck in this word, the word, because you're not going to find it meaning name per se, but it helps you in terms of what it means to remember. So a name is that calling that helps you remember things and people, of course. And so, you know, I have a whole proof of this in and the like. So dim, to sharpen, to be sharp, to pierce, to penetrate. Lu, to pierce, perforate. Ran, cut or wound as an instrument. Demer, to bind together. Ran, to sew. A color for apron. Iran, sewing, seam. Idemi, high quality linen. Ran, to spin, twist, cord, align, because of course you got to sew the cloths. So it comes from a root meaning to sew, and then it's nominalized here in the form with this prefix, talking about a particular type of linen, right? And it goes on and on in terms of the correspondence. So everything is sound, and so I don't have this. These are just the notes right here, but I'm showing that when I go into the comparisons between the DW and NW, you'll see that, you know, the NW is whatever language group that originated is their version of the duat, you know, or the more grander duat. And this being, so now when they come together, this becomes a smaller region of the particular cosmos where human beings live. I mean, excuse me, where human spirits live. Now, in the Yoruba, they have different Oruns where human spirits live, and Orun where non-human spirits live, right? That come into the physical realm, and like the duat, the Orun can be up above or it can be below the earth. So this is why, you know, duat is in the burial chamber, the cave is down below. It's both heaven. It says it's a region of heaven. So, you know, when human beings think of heaven, they think of above, but the duat is also below, and it's the same thing among the Yoruba. So when we see those things in among, for example, the Basa, like when we put all this together, we understand that the word nunu, or the noon, really is, in scientific terms, there's really no other better way to describe it, the quantum realm.
Right, because it's a world of potentiality and which they already see a design to.
Exactly. So let me stop sharing. Boom. And who did we lose? That was Panther earlier. That's right. So let me see. You have anything to add?
I don't know if there's a cognate, but there's also the concept of oriki, which is like a string of praise names, and then the word name itself is oruko in Yoruba.
Yeah. Now, Oduyoye, in this text, he argues. Matter of fact, let me just go to it.
I feel like they use the name. They use the names to tap into potential destinies, like the quantum realm. They try to certain qualities and destinies out of you by giving you a name.
Yeah, because the fundamental idea is that, you know, the spirits have to actualize in this realm, and the way, you know, of course, Oludumare or Runmila is in control of that aspect of creation. But as human beings, we can bring some of those spirits into actuality by calling for them, invoking them in a certain type of way, right? And so this is what they're talking about. They don't have the sophistication. They don't have a large hadron collider like, you know, in Geneva, Switzerland, but the fundamental concepts of the quantum realm, or the field, and that's why I specifically titled quantum field theory, because it is, you know, the field is the agitation, excuse me, the particles are agitations of the field. You know, something has to shake it up. And what the ancients were saying essentially the same thing. So when they say the nun and they're using it as water, they're trying to say that this is a field. You know, it's a mass, like, you know, field. So, you know, the ocean is the liquid version of an open land field. And we use these as the metaphors, right? But, and I can't find it right now, of course, because I need to. And, you know, the universe just don't want to work with me, ancestors. Like, don't give them the page numbers. We gave it to you. So you can be a gatekeeper of the information.
In a con, there's a word empower, which means like a meeting in the grove. Like that's the same field, the container. And then Ebo, Agbo, forest containers.
I'll find that later, because now I'm thinking of, for example, let me go to YouTube real quick. I have something saved. See, even when the quantum physicists have to try to describe the quantum field, they're using the language of the ancestors. And I'm gonna show you this real quick. I just don't remember, however, what the exact timestamp is. So let me, is it in my watch later on YouTube? I need to just download it and excerpt the clip so that I have it ready. Get it ready. Get it ready. Here we go. Quantum So let me. So this is, I'm about to share my screen again. So I'm going to share screen. And I'm going to, can y'all see? All right, so this is a lecture titled Quantum Fields, the Real Building Blocks of the Universe with David Tong, Dr. David Tong, who's of course a quantum physicist, right? So let me, and I'm gonna play a little bit and I'm gonna pause it and y'all tell me, can y'all hear it?
And 2 quarks. It's a very nice picture. It's a very comforting picture. It's the picture we teach kids at school. It's the...
Could y'all hear that?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Y'all heard it well?
Yep.
Okay. So let me just rewind it a little bit so we can give context, but pay attention to how he describes what a quantum field is.
Different rearrangements repeated over and over and over again. It's an amazing lesson to draw about how the world is put together. So that's what we have. We have an electron and 2 quarks, and you know, these aren't the fundamental building blocks that the Greeks had thought about, and they're certainly not the fundamental building blocks that the Victorians had thought about. But you know, the spirit of the issue really hasn't changed. The spirit is exactly what Democritus said 2,500 years ago. It's that there are like Lego bricks from which everything in the world is constructed. These Lego bricks are particles, and the particles are the electron and 2 quarks. It's a very nice picture. It's a very comforting picture. It's the picture we teach kids at school. It's the picture we even teach our students in undergraduate university. And there's a problem with it. The problem is it's a lie. It's a white lie. It's a white lie that we tell our children because, you know, we don't want to expose them to the difficult and horrible truth too early on. It makes it easier to learn if you believe that these particles are the fundamental building blocks of the universe. But it's simply not true. The best theories that we have of physics do not have underlying them the quark particle and the 2 quark particle, and the electron particle and the 2 quark particles. In fact, the very best theories we have of physics don't rely on particles at all. The best theories we have tell us that the fundamental building blocks of nature are not particles, but something much more nebulous and abstract. The fundamental building blocks of nature are fluid-like substances which are spread throughout the entire universe and ripple in strange and interesting ways. Okay.
Did y'all hear it? Or do you need me to play it again?
Yep, I heard it. Talking about ripples.
Right. It's the particular type of language you use. He said, let me rewind it and play it again. In relation to the conversation that we just had.
A lie. It's a white lie. It's a white lie that we tell our children because, you know, we don't want to expose them to the difficult and horrible truth too early on. It makes it easier to learn if you believe that these particles are the fundamental building blocks of the universe. But it's simply not true. The best theories that we have of physics do not have underlying them the quark particle and the two quark particle, and the electron particle and the two quark particles. In fact, the very best theories we have of physics don't rely on particles at all. The best theories we have tell us that the fundamental building blocks of nature are not particles, but something much more nebulous and abstract. The fundamental building blocks of nature are fluid-like substances which are spread throughout the entire universe and ripple in strange and interesting ways.
So it's clear as day that when they have to try to describe, you know, the quantum field from which everything emerges, he has to describe it as essentially an infinite fluid-like substance that ripples in waves from which all the particles and everything else emerge. This is the same language
in a strange and mysterious way.
You get what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not water, it's fluid-like, it's something, but that's really kind of undifferentiated. This is the best way, the only way that we can use to describe it. But, you know, so, you know, I'm gonna go into depth, and I've been looking at and studying quantum mechanics, and, you know, I've got a whole book that I've been going through and studying seriously so I can understand the E equals MC squared phenomenon and all of this, and showing, so I can show the hypotheses that emerged out of Africa and the theories and things that we know in modern quantum mechanics, and see where they differ and where they are similar. And ultimately arguing that, you know, Africans could have been, you know, in the forefront of this conversation had not the colonial effort happened, right? So that, like, that long period of consistent destruction, it halted, you know, a lot of our continuing scientific inquiries in things. You know what I'm saying? So like, so I want to, that's why it's titled Quantum Field Theory as African Heritage, and showing that these ideas, these fundamental ideas, even though they didn't have, you know, the chalkboard full of equations, they spoke these ideas in the same way that you find physicists having to say it in this day and age. Right? So I'll stop sharing that. But, you know, you see how they had to describe it. So it is, we're not saying that they had large hadron colliders, anything, but they sat down and thought about this seriously. So it's more so what I'm bringing forth is that Africans, or traditional Africans, had creation hypotheses and concepts that are scientifically testable. And we can put some of these ideas to the test. Then you can come with the detailed formulas and whatever instruments you need to measure to see if what they were saying is right and exact, or if they were in the right direction. You know, but somebody has kind of pointed out that it is, well, he said he's been rocking with me for 5 hours, but technically I've been kind of going for 6 hours because the other 2 hours for the other show. And so it's been 4 hours on this particular episode, and it's about to be 9 p.m. or it is 9 p.m. now, Eastern time. So I am about to end this conversation and just want to say thank you to each and every one of you who listened to the program and, you know, who've been rocking with us this long, or some of y'all who just came in. And you know, if you have any further questions or comments, you know, please leave them in the comment section and or email me. And any last words? I'll go with Brother Okeke, and then we'll end with Brother Chedo.
I had some comments I wanted to add earlier, but I'd say I'd like to thank you for having this program. And I meant to say when you were talking about the Zulus, but there's a link I posted about the Songhai people possibly being a priesthood of pagans. So during the Islamic era of empire, maybe they kept their own cults, and somebody traced it to Acadia or through the Nile. You know, their Nilo-Saharan, they traced it to the Nile. The Tunka title, the Songhai title, they said it's a priesthood, so a dynasty who kept their own cults and maybe expanded to become an ethnic group. That's what it was proposed. Posted the link, but that might be true. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to go through and scrutinize it heavily, you know, because everybody be trying to connect themselves to the Middle East. And may not have any solid background for it. So yeah, that's something I'll have to check, because you know, even Dr. Maega says something similar in his text that I have to look at more closely. So, but yeah, I do appreciate you coming on and contributing to the conversation. And now, Brother
Zuchedo. Yeah, man. I always appreciate the builds, man, and looking forward to the next one. You know, I'll keep my eye out for whatever you got coming up next, and I won't take up too much time.
All right, no doubt. And thanks to each and every one of you who have been rocking with us in the chat, no matter your length of time, and for your questions. If I didn't get to your questions, I do apologize. We just kind of in the moment, in the spirit. And so I do apologize for that. If it's, you know, pending, you can hit me up in the comments or send an email to me. And with that, until next time.
On my mind, and I would like to let them out. Look, I see reality breaking down all my fantasies. It would be nice if I at least had one fantasy. That neutrality about to take a terabyte from the American apple pie, better get a slice. It's kinda scary the way that this life is moving on. Marvin's doing backflips inside his grave, what's going on? We have head-on collisions, not seeing another's vision. Maybe that's the reason why some colors fit the description. Lot of relationships need life rafts, sinking ships. I guess you just can't have only one like potato chips. I would love for you to listen with an open heart, but would you really even hear me if it's torn apart?